Good morning and welcome to the May meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. I call the meeting to order and hand over to Alyssa for some housekeeping information.
In the event of an evacuation at the resources building, everyone must remain calm, take all your belongings, and proceed to the nearest exit out of the building. Staff will gather at the evacuation point at 1615 9th Street, and the public is welcome to join. Note that no food and beverages are allowed in the meeting room.
Thank you, Alyssa. We will take public comments throughout the meeting, written questions and comments. And please follow instructions on your screen and on the meeting notice. Now we will take a roll call of members to establish a quorum. Peter.
Yeah, good morning. Peter Goodwin, no new declarations.
Kathleen is online.
Kathleen Jones, no new declarations.
Tanya.
Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
Steve.
Steve Limley, I do have one declaration. I'm going to be helping the Pacific Fisheries Management Council review the scientific basis of setting conservation objectives for Sacramento River Fall Run Chinook.
Thank you. Diane.
Diane McKnight, no new declarations.
And we have Anna online.
Anna McCulloch, no new declarations.
Obi cannot be here today. Kenny.
Kenny Rose, no new declarations.
And Lisa online.
Hi, Lisa Wanger, no new declarations. And I'd also like to say that I did my best to join you, but some thunderstorms had a different idea.
Yeah, we heard. I'm very sorry about your ordeal and very sorry you can't be here. And I'm Inge Wener and I have no new declarations. All right, I'll give a brief overview of the agenda now. We will debrief on yesterday's tour of the EchoWater Resource Recovery Facility and the Bufferlands. We have Tim Musson here, who organized the whole thing. We will learn about the operations baseline studies, a suite of studies that helped assess the effects of the EchoWater upgrade to reduce nutrients in the Delta. And we will learn about the research background and interest of the Delta ISB postdoctoral scholar, Annika Agrawal, and the ISB State Fellow, Alyssa Burns, today. So we will also kick off a panel series on nature-based solutions. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
All right, so the next agenda item is the chair's report and business matters. So just to let everybody know, the Bay Delta Science Conference will be from September 28th to September 30th of this year. This is right before our Delta ISB meeting on October 1st, so hopefully members can attend part or all of the conference. The call for abstracts is now open, and it goes until May 29th. Our plan is to submit oral abstracts for the subsidence review. The goal is to have a final report available by then. There will be a nature-based solutions panel, and we will submit a presentation on the contaminants monitoring review. We intend to share preliminary results and promote the workshop planned for February 2027 at this point. So there will be 2 other posters that have already been presented at past conferences. One is on the food webs review and one is on decision making under deep uncertainty. So quite a presence. We will there will be a council update to council in July. We will present at the July 23rd meeting, and we're still accepting ideas on what to focus our update. So please, if you have any ideas for that, please send them to staff. Regarding the Delta ISB chairship, my term as chair ends on August 31st of this year, and Diane McKnight will begin her term as chair on September 1st. So just for your information, the Delta ISB chairship is made up of 3 chairpersons, all from within the Delta ISB membership: the chair-elect, and the past chair. These chairpersons are elected by the members of the Delta ISB, and once elected, the newly elected member joins the leadership team as the chair-elect for 2 years before becoming the chair, which is also a 2-year term. Then you move on to becoming past chair for another 2 years before stepping down from the chairship team. So we will be holding an election for the new chair in August of this year. If interested, please feel free to talk to me or Lisa or Diane, what's involved. Delta ISB updates. Next, I'd like to provide a brief update on our review activities. This is mostly not so much new decision-making under deep uncertainty. That review has already yielded one product, which is a synthesis. No, I'm sorry. That's synthesis of the seminar series. The staff have been helping to promote this product through poster presentations, and poster was presented at this year's Interagency Ecological Program workshop in March, and presented again to the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum in April. The second product is a manuscript of the inventory and analysis of scenario planning that has been submitted to the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences. I don't think we know when that will come out. The leads are now working on the third product, which is a perspective piece to be submitted to the peer review publication based off the findings and recommendations from the review. For our subsidence review, the Delta ISB is still working to address public comments on the draft review document, and the goal is to have a final report by the Bay Delta Science Conference. Regarding the adaptive monitoring manuscript, staff are still working with Dr. Dale, Virginia Dale, to turn our recommendations from 2022 on adaptive monitoring into a perspective piece to be submitted to ecological indicators. Individual comments from former and current board members are still being addressed. And the ongoing review on contaminants monitoring in the Delta, we think we have finalized phase 1, which consists of a series of interviews with experts to gain an understanding of the contaminant monitoring activities that are going on in the Delta, the regulatory landscape, and thresholds prompting management actions and areas of improvement. We have interviewed 18 individuals so far and are starting to analyze the interviews. The preliminary results, as I mentioned before, of this first phase of the review will be presented at the Bay Delta Science Conference in late September. We are also beginning to plan a workshop in 2027 to discuss the findings and recommendations, and the format of that workshop has not been worked out yet. We are just starting to gather ideas on that. Regarding the State Water Contractors Symposium, many of you have not heard of that. Separate from our workshop, the State Water Contractors are organizing a contaminant symposium in 1 month, next month. It's titled Cleaner Waters and Broader Benefits for Bay Delta Ecosystems, Exploring the Positive Convergence of Physical, Biological, and Chemical Habitat Restoration. So it's going to be very interesting and certainly will feed into our review. The vision for this symposium originated in acknowledging the gap in how contaminants are regulated between the worlds of water quality and endangered species, and by wanting to approach contaminants management in a holistic or more holistic way for multiple benefits. I've been invited to present on the contaminants monitoring review and some lessons learned through my work in Europe. So I will be thinking about that a lot in the coming weeks. Anyway, this is a very important point, actually. I'm really glad that the state water contractors are actually seeing this gap and trying to address it. On the Emerging Climate Science Symposium, which the ISB hosted last September at UC Davis, the Delta ISB leads are working on a summary on key highlights and addressing comments from the last meeting. In addition, Maven's Notebook recently covered the symposium and released an article based off an interview with Dr. Obi Sekera, our Obi, and this article is part of your meeting package. We did not receive any public correspondence since the last meeting. Are there any public comments now?
There are none, and since public commenters in person are facing behind me, feel free to line up at the microphone if you have a public comment. Thank you.
I see nobody getting up in a hurry. No. No. All right. So we will have a presentation. Our next agenda item, number 3, is a presentation by Dr. Tamara Kraus. I hope I didn't scramble your name too bad. Tamara Kraus of the U.S. Geological Survey. She will provide an update on Operation Baseline, a multi-year research initiative to establish a baseline of water quality focused on nutrients and phytoplankton in the Delta. This was done to assess the effects of the Sacramento area sewer districts, EchoWater wastewater treatment plant upgrades. I'm sorry, that was a mouthful. And I was told that Sacramento area sewer district, okay, that still exists, but the EchoWater wastewater treatment plant is named differently, and it still confuses my mind, that new name. Anyway, we know what we're talking about, and it was also done in anticipation of modernizing and expanding water quality monitoring to better capture changes over space and time. The Delta Stewardship Council invested nearly $4.5 million to initiate this project, which later drew in additional funding. The Operation Baseline studies help address many priority actions in the Science Action Agenda and the Delta ISB's recommendations from the 2018 Water Quality Review. Welcome, Tamara, and you have the word.
Thanks. I'm happy to be invited to speak today by the Delta Science Program on their Operation Baseline suite of studies, as well as a lot of the studies, as well as the studies related to that. So I'm going to try and get through a lot of different topics here. The reason for this talk is to have a follow-up after yesterday's tour of the wastewater treatment plant, which I was happy to join. It was very interesting. I remember the first time I got a tour of the wastewater treatment plant was in, I think, 2012. That was when they were still trying to figure out what they were going to do with their upgrade, and it's been really interesting to see how the tours have changed. I also went on one, I think, in 2022, so it's kind of amazing to see how that $1.7 billion upgrade came to fruition. Okay, with that, I guess I can advance the slides. Okay, so I gave a talk to the Delta Science program with Dylan Stern, for the Delta Science Council with Dylan Stern back in December, so I grabbed a couple of their summary slides about Operation Baseline here at the front. So Inge just summarized some of these points, but to reiterate, the Operation Baseline was really a term kind of used to describe a suite of different studies that were funded by the Delta Science program over at least two different RFPs that they put out. So there was a lot of studies. I'm here from the USGS, so I'm going to mostly talk to you about the work that the USGS did related to the looking at nutrients and phytoplankton in the Delta really over the last decade, but I want to let you know that there was other entities that were also funded, and of course lots of different programs that study nutrients and phytoplankton in the Delta. So the reason this was called a baseline study really was that there was an incentive. It's not very often that you have this very large, kind of scientific experiment that you can study to see what are the effects of a major management change in the Delta, that we knew exactly what, almost to the, month when this change was going to occur. And Cliff Dahm was the lead Delta scientist at the time, and very, it just came to his attention through discussions with a lot of people that we really needed to make sure that we had the pre-wastewater treatment plant upgrade data set so that we could understand what the impacts were of the change. So that really focused the community to try and look into that. So again, the focus was on nutrients and water quality, and to understanding the change of this upgrade, we recognized that we needed to expand and modernize, and by modernize, really look at what our suite of tools and approaches were and whether they were appropriate for capturing the impacts. So just very briefly, at the very beginning, there was a lot of meetings and discussions to try and look at the literature and try and understand where the data gaps were and what studies were appropriate. There were some workshops and collaborative study designs where different researchers and agencies came together to come up with proposals. And just the bottom line is, yes, lots of people were involved. I think we did and we continue to generate a lot of data that has been spurned by this understanding of our need to have the data to understand both status and trends as well as drivers and processes. It supported a lot of collaborations that wouldn't have happened, and it's spawned additional research efforts that I'll try and highlight some of those today. This was another slide they put together that I thought was nice. I wanted to share it. Just want to point out that, there's always any data point that's collected before a management change can be considered baseline data. So there's always been a lot of research in the Delta by agencies, federal, state, local researchers from universities, consultants. So the idea here was just to augment that data collection using some new tools. So this is just showing you that people were going out and there were instruments at fixed stations collecting data, and then you add on to that maybe some other instruments at the fixed stations as well as some other novel data collection efforts. Okay, now I'm going to take a big step back and remind us about why we care about nutrients in the Delta and the conundrum of the Bay Delta, because sometimes we all forget what the basic reason that we're concerned about nutrients. So the nutrients are fuel primary production, both for phytoplankton and also for plants, which then are the base of the food web. In most ecosystems, aquatic habitats that have a lot of anthropogenic inputs, we mostly worry about nutrients leading to eutrophication. Lots of harmful algal blooms, which then when they die, they lead to low dissolved oxygen and die off of fish and other organisms in the aquatic habitats. But the Delta is kind of this very strange place. We've always had a lot of nutrients, but for some reason it's one of the lowest primary productivity estuaries in the world. Jim Klern has some papers published on that. And in particular, there have been observed declines in chlorophyll and primary production in the late 1980s. And there's lots of data sets from different places in the estuary showing this. And so the question always is, like, why do we have this decline in primary production and beneficial phytoplankton that are fueling the pelagic food web? So zooplankton are eating the phytoplankton, which then feed fish like Delta smelt. So we want to grow phytoplankton. We want the good kinds of phytoplankton, the beneficial ones. And so there's lots of different hypotheses about why we don't have these beneficial phytoplankton blooms, what has caused the declines, and I've listed the main ones here. I'll just read them quickly. High turbidity, light limitation, invasive bivalves that entered the system in the late 1980s that are filter feeders, so they're eating the phytoplankton faster than they can grow, potentially. Invasive aquatic vegetation that's competing for nutrients and light and changing the habitat. There's a lot of flow alterations that take place in the Delta, as you know, potential habitat loss in wetland areas, contaminants, of course, climate change, changing temperature and hydrology. And then this last one really is nutrient imbalance, and this concept that high ammonium is not good for the beneficial phytoplankton that we want thriving in the Delta. And so I put that in green because that really is one of the reasons that the wastewater treatment plant or the EchoWater facility came about, was because in the 2010 non-point NPDES permit, that was largely initiated because of concerns that the ammonium in their effluent stream was negatively impacting phytoplankton in the Delta. Of course, there's also, good reason to think that putting high concentrations of nutrients into an estuary is not good for the ecosystem, but I want to highlight that what I'll be talking about today a lot is focusing on a change in ammonium inputs, a shift from ammonium to nitrate, but also an overall reduction in the total dissolved inorganic nitrogen pool, which was one of the reasons that the upgrade was initiated. Okay, so back to one of the first things that came out of the Operation Baseline suite of studies was a conceptual framework to evaluate the effects. This was led by David Sen out of the SFEI San Francisco Estuary Institute with quite a number of co-authors. And I don't know if you can see, it's a little bit small, but it goes through kind of the bottom-up effects. So we in that first panel, you see at the bottom tier 0, that's like you have the wastewater treatment plant, that upgrade. I keep using wastewater treatment plant. I know I'm supposed to use resource recovery facility. It'll take us a little while to change with the times. So there's the upgrade, and then that's going to directly affect nutrient concentrations. And then the question is, how does that affect the first tier of organisms that are affected by nutrients, which are phytoplankton and plants, and then the tiers go up to effects on zooplankton and other organisms, and all the way up to how it affects beneficial uses. The other thing that we have to highlight that it was a big question is, where does effluent from Sac Sewer end up in the Delta? It comes in on the Sacramento River to the north, and then gets tidally mixed all the way through the Delta. And the question was, what's the zone of influence, and of course we expect to see very dramatic changes in nutrient concentrations on the main stem of the Sacramento River, but how does that get attenuated as the water moves through the system? And then there's the question of time. Are we going to see immediate effects or long-term effects? And then that goes on. The report is also came out. It was done prior to the upgrade, sort of looking at data gaps and identifying special studies. So that was back in 2020, which seems like a long time ago. So again, coming back to Operation Baseline, really the main question of this study is like, what information do we need to assess the change of this particular management action, which was a change in nutrient inputs to the Sacramento River. And so, of course, the key parameters to make sure you are sufficiently measuring are nutrients, the amount and type. Do we have this correct spatial and temporal coverage, and at what temporal resolution? Oh, so nutrients, phytoplankton, and I want to point out that nutrients you have, especially for nitrogen, you have both the total amount, but also its form. Is it in the form of ammonium or nitrate? And then for phytoplankton, you have the same issue. It's not just the amount, it's what kind are you growing. So these aren't simple parameters. And then of course, to put those concentrations and forms in perspective, you need all the non-nutrient factors like flow and water year type and temperature changes, other management actions to try and understand what the effects really are. Okay, so being a biogeochemist, I had to have one complex slide about like just reminding us all that the reason it's complicated is because biogeochemistry is complicated, but also hydrodynamics in the delta are complicated. So nutrients and phytoplankton are not like a conservative tracer where you can just look at the inputs and the dilution, which is complicated enough in the delta. There's multiple inputs of nutrients to the delta, not just from point sources, but cycling within the system. And so we have to, that's why we don't really know what's happening to the nutrients that easily. When it enters the system, you have to think about how it's processed, what the rate of process is, how water residence time is going to impact things, how all the different habitats are going to process the nutrients, and how phytoplankton is growing in all these different reaches of the delta. So again, the effluent comes in, it's mixed into the river at different dilution depending on the effluent flow and the river flow, and then depending on the hydrodynamics, depends on where those nutrients end up, how long it takes for them to get there, and how much processing has happened. And then simultaneously you have the phytoplankton that are growing and dying in that water parcel making its way through the system. Okay, now we're almost to looking at some data. So as a reminder for those of you who weren't at the tour yesterday, one of the main changes at the EchoWater project was the biological nutrient removal system. So what that does is it's taking the effluent that comes in that's very high in ammonium, and the microbes are doing all the heavy lifting. First you have nitrification, which converts ammonium to nitrate, so that's where you're changing the form of the nitrogen from that ammonium to the nitrate. And then the second step is denitrification, where you're actually losing the nitrate to the atmosphere as N2 gas. And so that's why we're ending up with less total nitrogen in the treated effluent that enters the Sacramento River. And that was completed in 2021, which is hard to believe. That was quite like 5 years ago. So we have the baseline data that we can think of before, and now we have a new set of baseline data in a way, which is post, so pre and post. So here's some data for us to look at. I know it's a lot on this slide, but to put it in perspective, this is data from Sac Sewer. This is not like the instantaneous data, this is monthly average data, and I'll just walk you through quickly because I think we didn't talk about this during the treatment plant tour yesterday. The top left, A, that's ammonium concentrations in effluent, and you can see it was around 30 milligrams per liter, and the dotted line is when the upgrade happened, and that is now near detection. It's at detection limits, so they're not detecting generally any ammonium in their effluent. And then nitrate on the right has gone up. That's on a different scale, so it went up from about 0 to 8 milligrams per liter. That's because the ammonium is now nitrified, so there's nitrate. And the DIN, which is the sum of ammonium and nitrate, now has also, because the ammonium went down more than the nitrate went up, you can see that there's about 65% lower total dissolved inorganic nitrogen in effluent now. And I also want to point out that they also are putting out less phosphate during their treatment train. That was not something that was a target, but I think that is a consequence of having the microbes growing and removing the phosphate and then being removed as sludge, or if that's the right term. Okay, this is another busy slide. The slide on the left you already saw. That's, instead of having dots now, we just have trend lines. Again, monthly average data. You can see very dramatic changes in the ammonium nitrate and DIN and phosphate concentrations in the effluent. And then on the right, I'm just reminding you that the effluent goes into the river and then it is diluted. And that dilution varies tremendously, actually, like on a day like today, where there's even though it seems far away from the ocean, that's a tidal stretch of the river, and the river slows down, and even in the summer it sometimes reverses, so they have to keep their effluent below a ratio of 1 to 14, but it also just means even if they're putting out their effluent at a constant rate, that the dilution is changing based on the dilution of the river. So really the resulting concentrations of effluent in the river is varying tremendously throughout the day as well as week, and of course season. So a lot of dilution during winter storm events when flows are high, and then of course a lot less dilution in the summer months when, especially during the drought years. So that is showing you that you can still see, of course, so that's a calculated sum. Oh, and then in addition to the dilution, you also have nutrients coming into the system from upstream, which is high during storm events, primarily in the form of nitrate. But anyway, you can see that really pre-wastewater, pre-upgrade, we had ammonium in the river. Post, it goes down to near detection. And nitrate, you can see, is now a little bit higher. DIN is overall lower, and phosphate is overall lower, just squinting at the data. Of course, be good to do stats, and depending on whether you want to do the stats on an average or on a seasonal basis, you'll see some different results. Our group with our postdoc Kyle Leathers have a paper in review, so I'm just going to show you some quick figures from that that will hopefully be coming out in the next couple months. This is a data set where we pulled together all the monitoring data from 2016 to 2024 for nutrients and phytoplankton. This is a combined data set from the USGS monitoring program as well as the DWR IEP program, the IEP EMP program, where they go out monthly. And so this is showing you, we kind of just grouped the delta into 4 regions. The triangles we think of as the North Delta, so closest to the upgrade influence. Then the Central and South Delta, we grouped, this is more for visualization reasons, and then the western portion of the Delta. And so I just wanted you to see that, again, very highly variable system for ammonium, nitrate, DIN, and phosphate. And you can see that the influence of the upgrade is most notable in those northern reaches, and that the effluent influence decreases with distance because, of course, of the attenuation of nutrients as well as nutrient inputs from other sources, including the San Joaquin River in the south, and just internal cycling. And then even more variable than nutrients are phytoplankton. Phytoplankton seems to have a life of their own, and we're all trying to understand what controls phytoplankton blooms in the delta. This is just total chlorophyll concentration. And then again, the paper is in review, but I wanted to just highlight that the findings from that, which really looked across the entire delta, looking at the relationship between effluent inputs and both nutrient concentrations and phytoplankton concentration, as well as species composition across the delta. The key takeaways were that we saw that the influence of wastewater effluent from Sac sewer had far-reaching impact. You could see a relationship between the changing concentrations from effluent at sites almost like 80, well, it's hard to refer to distance, right, because there's a distance and time factor, but quite far away. And that based on some generalized additive modeling, we found that if anything, there was a positive relationship with nitrogen, regardless of form, ammonium or nitrate. So this paper really did not find that that idea that ammonium inhibition was a primary driver of phytoplankton species composition and abundance in the delta. Based on this analysis, we didn't see basically a significant change in those, comparing this data pre and post wastewater upgrade. Okay, now I'm going to quickly switch to one of the other data collection approaches that the Operation Baseline funding supported. This is our Delta-wide mapping surveys. So the next slide, for those of you who aren't familiar with this approach, I'll show you a slide, but this is a way to get a snapshot. So when you have a fixed station or you go out and collect discrete samples, you can plot that as a nice time series. Our fixed stations in the Delta are really valuable. They collect data every 15 minutes in a tidal system with complex hydrodynamics. That's really key. And this is another approach that allows us to put those same instruments on the boat and drive around. But I just want to highlight these are not done as regularly, so they're snapshots. But they can still show us a tremendous amount of information, mainly over space, but then over time when you can start stacking them up and looking at changes. So status and trends. A really dense data set to investigate relationships between parameters to understand drivers, rates, and then also capture impacts of management, such as the upgrade, emergency drought barriers, or flow actions. So this is just a quick snapshot. That's what on the bottom, that's what it used to look like before we bought a new boat on the top right, where we can house all these instruments much more safely. We used to put it on the back of our boat, and just like you can put in situ sensors out at a fixed station, we put these instruments in a flow-through system on our boat, and that allows us to pump water as the boat travels around. We usually cover that whole delta area over 4 days. And we collect discrete samples along the way. So that's just a list of all the parameters that we collect, and some of the really newer parameters that we were championed under Operation Baseline was to get a phytoplankton composition using a multi-channel fluorometer that looks not just at total chlorophyll, but groups it into 4 different classes. And then on the left in that picture, you can see this ammonium analyzer, which is a modified benchtop instrument that allows us to get ammonium every second that we're flowing water through it. So that was really instrumental in capturing gradients of ammonium, which you will see in this next slide. And then I just also want to point out that we looked at, under the Operation Baseline suite of studies, we looked at whether we were missing counting some of the smaller phytoplankton, which we call the picoplankton, and then we also we're able to use this setup to expand our cyanotoxin monitoring, both using whole water and these solid phase absorption tracking resins that are deployed to absorb cyanotoxins. Okay, so this is just an example, of course, of the parameter that we're maybe most interested in because it changed the most dramatically was if you can see that the wastewater treatment plant there, the EchoWater facility there on the left is the pre-upgrade, and yellow you can see very high ammonium concentrations. And again, I just want to highlight that, yeah, the ammonium, you can kind of see the signal of effluent ammonium then gets mixed in. It's not only mixing in and being diluted, but it's also being biogeochemically transformed into nitrate, so that's why it starts disappearing as well as being taken up by aquatic organisms, including phytoplankton and aquatic vegetation. And so following the upgrade, it was a little sad for us because when we would run our ammonium analyzer on the mapping boat, you couldn't really tell whether it was working or not because it was always below detection. You always wanted to stop and be like, can we run a standard? Because I'm not sure this thing is working. So that instrument, we're still running it in the bay where there's still a lot of ammonium, but not so much ammonium to be found in the Delta. I wanted to put up a couple slides. This is another report that came out last year where we looked at just 4 of the spring mapping campaigns, 2018, 20, 21, 22. You can, the 2021 spring campaign was literally done like a month after the final upgrade was completed, so maybe not representative 100% of post because it takes a while for water to make its way through the Delta. But what I wanted to highlight here is that that blue line is what's the literature reports is conditions where dissolved inorganic nitrogen might be potentially limiting to phytoplankton growth. And so we were interested in asking this question now. Of course, we don't want to shift our nutrient regime to be limiting to phytoplankton. But of course, there's lots of other sources of nutrients in the Delta, and just because you have a low concentration of nitrogen doesn't necessarily mean it's limiting phytoplankton growth. It could be other factors that are limiting their growth, like light or predation. And then also, of course, sometimes you can't see the nutrients, but because they come into this, they're released into the water, but then they're taken up so quickly. So just the concentration alone doesn't really tell you necessarily that it's limiting. But of course, if you see a lot of nutrients, then you can assume it's not limiting. Since I mentioned that with the upgrade there's less phosphate in their effluent, I wanted to point out that phosphate concentrations across the Delta do not appear to be anywhere near potentially limiting conditions. I wanted to highlight some of the other things that we can see from our mapping campaigns. This is a bloom on the left that we detected in Frank's Track into the east of Frank's Track and the channels there. Kind of interesting how you can capture these blooms. And really interesting, a lot of the times when we see these phytoplankton blooms in the Delta, we see a complete drawdown of DIN, or in this case nitrate, which is what we're measuring in the water column. So just a reminder that phytoplankton itself can have a very strong control on nutrient concentrations in the Delta. In this case, this was Alocrocira, was a beneficial diatom bloom, not a harmful algal bloom, although we have seen harmful algal blooms before in Frank's Tract. So again, just wanted to highlight some of these events that we're trying to capture and understand what controls them and how their frequency changes over time as the Delta changes. One of the things I wanted to highlight again is that the funding from the Delta Science Program really worked in tandem with a lot of other agencies. And so I wanted to highlight that we collected these Delta-wide mapping campaigns over 6 years between 2018 and 2020. 2 of those were pre-upgrade and the rest were post. And so we are finally now have this published data set. It takes a while to get all these data worked up and QA/QC'd. So we're starting to do this multi-year data analysis for these data sets across space and time. But in orange there, I just want to highlight those are the surveys that were funded by the Delta science program connected to the operation baseline, but also the other agencies contributed to this over time. So a lot of those investment in those research programs really, can't easily be measured because of these approaches then being picked up by other agencies. As I mentioned, both on our mapping surveys, we added cyanotoxin monitoring. We also have added cyanotoxin monitoring at fixed stations under some of the operation baseline studies, which is also funded by different agencies. And so I wanted to just highlight that. In particular, we chose 5 or 6 studies. There was initially DWR EMP's program. Staff also collected both whole water and spats under the original study, and most recently the State Water Board has been funding this work, and that's funded through 2026 again. And then that data set has been really instrumental. Keith Bauma-Gregson, who also works in our group at the USGS California Water Science Center and has worked on harmful algal blooms. All these new data sets that have been collected over the last couple of years are really instrumental because there's been increasing desire to understand controls and prevalence of harmful algal blooms and the cyanotoxins they produce. And so there was originally a science strategy led by the Delta Science Program, and the next step was this design framework to try and understand specifically for the Delta what type of data are needed. And I wanted to highlight that came out in December 2025. Again, kind of, it's hard to know who just used a tremendous amount of data that's been collected across the Delta, and that this is kind of the framework of of how the report is structured. It goes through data collection types, different programs, and basically trying to understand all the different tools and all the different reasons that we want to be studying these harmful algal blooms and toxins to understand how to manage to prevent them. And one of the really interesting things that I wanted to highlight from here that I think is useful in this design framework is this idea of a tiered monitoring approach, because cyanotoxin, both phytoplankton and cyanotoxin analyses are quite expensive. So the idea is you don't want to put all your resources into doing analyses when your original low expensive tiers, which can even include just visually looking in the water or looking at chlorophyll concentration and setting some triggers as to when you'll go to the next steps and invest to do the other analyses, which to help you understand drivers of HABs in the system, as well as presence and absence. Just really quickly, another tool that the Operation Baseline Study supported was testing of this new multi-channel fluorometer. We used a BB fluoroprobe, and we have been running them on our mapping boat, but we also worked to figure out how to deploy them at fixed stations, which turned out to be more complicated than you think. Light interference was an issue, even just logging the data. And now, so again, most people use these single channel fluorometers where the response of the fluorescence in the water tells you about how much phytoplankton is in the water column. But with these multi-channel fluorometers, they're designed to capture all the different pigments and then take the signature of the fluorescence and attribute it to 4 different classes of phytoplankton, which is important, again, because we would like to have more diatoms in the ecosystem to fuel the food web, but we really want to prevent cyanobacteria from growing. Okay, I'm going to just run through some other things really quickly. Something else that Operation Baseline funding supported was our benthic flux chamber and sediment sampling across the Delta, because we're trying to understand what the interaction is between the water column and the benthos in generating or consuming nutrients. Another tool that we have in our toolkit is using water isotopes to get a direct measurement of water residence time, which has been really useful for modelers to compare our observational data to their model data of water residence time, but also then using that to try and figure out rates of change. And this is actually a study that looked at nitrate uptake if you go up like different channels of the Cache-Thu complex, to find that it was quite different depending on if you related the water residence time from the stable. Even though they're getting the same water source, depending on where the water goes, you can see different rates of attenuation of nitrate in the water column. And then, of course, I want to highlight that all the data that's generated is instrumental in informing computer models to try and understand what might happen in the delta, forecasting, hindcasting, mechanistic understanding, and scenario testing. And there's a very nice paper that Ed Gross led in 2004 that used both fixed station data from the delta as well as then using the mapping data to validate whether the model, the modeled values were in sync with the measured values. And that paper has a lot of great information and it actually estimated rates of nitrate and ammonium loss in the system. And then I wanted to just finally say that, of course, there's big visions in the delta. You can't measure nutrients remotely, but you can measure phytoplankton remotely. And so I just wanted to throw out that integrated monitoring systems in the future to help us understand these large-scale temporal and spatial changes in systems like the delta that could combine different data sources from your discrete samples to fixed stations to maybe more dense spatial surveys using satellite imagery or even near-field radiometry is something that our team has been working on. And this is my last slide. So, of course, a lot of what we're talking about here has been focused on the EchoWater facility and their upgrade that came online in 2021. But, of course, there's always changing baselines, and especially in a complex system like the delta. We have the new golden mussels species entering that we are waiting to see how that's going to impact nutrients and phytoplankton and the lower food web and fish. A lot of the attention right now is just on prevention and impacts on infrastructure, but I expect that that's going to have impacts on water quality and the biology of the system. We have a lot of wetland restoration going on, which obviously will affect nutrients and phytoplankton. There's always changing temperatures. That figure up there is just showing you the vast differences in water year types that we see over just a few years in the delta. Yes, I think we all in this room are probably very much aware that we need to continue to collect data to really understand how this system functions, especially to inform all our models so that we have a way to recalibrate them as these significant changes are happening both in flow and water quality and climate over time. So that's it. I want to thank you. And really, I didn't even attempt to list all the people that contributed to the work that I presented today, because it would really be too many people, and I'm sure I would forget some key people. So I just want to thank everyone for all the work that went into making these data sets possible.
Thank you so much, Tamara. That was a great presentation, very interesting data. We're going to have a Q&A session for the board first and then ask for public comments. So are there any questions from the board? Diane? Yeah, please change and if you're lucky, I see it.
Oh, okay. So,
No.
okay. So thank you very much. As you know, one way in which diatoms are different from chlorophytes and cyanobacteria, they need silica, and for their silica frustules, and I've been involved in a silica synthesis study for the Long-Term Ecological Research Network, and we've seen patterns of declining silica, variable silica trends over decades in different areas. So I was wondering, was silica concentrations, dissolved silica, monitored as part of the study? Or has it been changing? Is this a factor in terms of the ratio of nitrogen to silica to phosphorus? Just wondering about that, and in terms of the relative proportion of diatoms.
All right, well, I'm going to have to get back to you on that because I'm not confident enough to answer. I'll just say that my impression is that no, silica is not limiting in the system, because we decided that that was not something that we would measure during our studies. I cannot tell you whether the IEP EMP program measures that because they're obviously in the Delta a lot. So I believe it's not a limiting factor, which is why we haven't been tracking it. But from what you're saying, maybe we should be looking into that. So I'll look into that.
Yes, thanks. And one of the ideas that's emerging is it's not just a concentration threshold, but a relative to nitrogen and phosphorus, and that as you start tweaking all this, the diatoms may be having a harder time.
All right. Steve is next.
Yeah, thank you for that really impressive presentation. You have I think, just an extremely outstanding picture now of the spatial and temporal dynamics of the standing stocks of the nutrients in the phytoplankton, which are very dynamic. And I'm wondering, are there plans, or do you think there's a need to start measuring the rates to try to understand what's really driving that? You talked about the sediment fluxes being one of them, but there's a lot of ways that the nitrogen could be going different places and whatnot, and directly measuring those rates would probably be informative, I'm thinking, but difficult compared to just measuring concentrations.
Yes. Again, it's just, it's just a complex thing. When you start measuring nutrient rates, they're highly variable over time. There's the nitrification rate, there's the denitrification rate, then there's uptake by phytoplankton. So there are studies using stable isotopes, mostly done by Doug, Dale Wilkerson, and Parker, that have looked at uptake rates by phytoplankton. That's not getting at uptake rates by aquatic vegetation, which are probably a big, some of the studies do show that. That Ed Gross paper that I mentioned actually does try and look at that and tries to so it's a very elegant approach where they try and track what the exposure experience is as a parcel of water. So it's also just complicated because you can measure rates in a bottle or in a mesocosm, but your parcel of water is 1 minute it's in aquatic vegetation and exposed to a bed of aguria, and then the next minute it's in a channel, and but I agree that having a better idea of rates, and that is something that we do have the data to do some of that for us, and we've done some of that to try and get at those rates of uptake, and also just even understanding, are the nutrients going into phytoplankton, are they going into plants, or are they going into the benthos?
Thank you. Peter. Oh, were you first?
Well, thanks, Tamara. That was a great presentation. And I wondered if you just wanted to comment, to stand back for a minute, because you go back to 2012 when you stepped into this. And this was really the big controversial issue facing the Delta. And there were highly renowned scientists on different sides promoting different hypotheses. And the ability of the science program and the USGS to step in and say, yes, there's a legitimate difference of opinion here, and to design this kind of study. And then from what you presented today, very clearly we have a much better understanding of what's going on. And of course, it's a highly complex system. This was just one of many issues that have come up. But that ability to pull the various parties together to design the studies to make the commitment to spend what's been almost 10 years now collecting the data and then reaching resolution seems a really nice story that could have other ramifications for other aspects of the Delta. And I just wondered if you wanted to talk about that process that you went through to really resolve what was a very uncertain and controversial issue with peer-reviewed publications on both sides and some very lively discussions around those papers that got published.
Well, so as you mentioned, I was not involved in prior to the permit being determined by the water board and the literature they were looking at. And again, reducing nutrients overall to an ecosystem is kind of I think the public sees that as a good when you're concerned about eutrophication and things. The science surrounding the ammonium inhibition hypothesis, as Peter points out, there's a lot of published literature supporting it. A lot of those were either controlled experiments or, in hindsight, maybe there was some correlation rather than causation going on there. To look at data and say that we saw more phytoplankton growth under low ammonium conditions could have been the fact that the phytoplankton were growing, there was less ammonium there. But there certainly are publications showing slower growth rates of some species in the presence of ammonium. I think the question sometimes is, if you're a phytoplankton trying to stay alive in a complex system, is that, even if you see that in certain cases or in certain lab-controlled studies, when you're out in the real world of the Delta, where you're trying not to get eaten, you're trying to get enough light, you're trying to have enough time to grow, that's where the things you might measure in a lab or in a mesocosm study might not really be scaled up to see a change in the ecosystem and the phytoplankton community. But I do just agree with you that it was really great that the Delta Science Program could take on that role to initiate the science and bring a lot of the researchers together, including researchers that were expecting to see the change in nutrient form and concentration in the Delta would lead to a benefit to the phytoplankton community concentration. And I think they also are interested in following the science as well. I hope that answered your question. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Tamara. That was such a great presentation. I just want to echo what Peter was mentioning too. This is such a fantastic example of collaborative science and ability to take advantage of a natural experiment and pull these groups together. So my question is more about the future in terms of where this could be going. One of your last slides, you had a little mention of the Harvest Water project, which we heard about yesterday on our tour, where there's now the opportunity to divert a third of the effluent coming out of the tertiary treatment for irrigation, for some in lieu groundwater management, which seems super cool. So is that something that is an opportunity now to study through this kind of collaborative network that's been built? Is there funding for some of these new efforts? Where do you see kind of the next steps of what's been done here going forward?
Yeah, so I think I have not heard of a specific initiative to say there's a deadline. We know this is going to happen on a certain day. I think Harvest Water, it will be interesting to see whether Harvest Water has an impact. And I think it would be great if to also take another look and see whether we think we're collecting the same kind of data that we've been collecting over the last decade. But as you know, there's been a lot of major changes to who is doing the monitoring in the Delta, and it's really funded a lot. There is the compliance monitoring that the IPEMP program does, so we know that is expected to continue, and that's an incredibly valuable data set. But I think it is up to the community to decide who is going to fund what other data collection efforts to track changes in the Delta. And I do have to also point out, again, just this golden mussel invasion is also just, there's usually more than one change happening in an ecosystem at the same time. So, and then there have been large tracts of wetland restoration that are changing the hydrodynamics as well as water quality and phytoplankton coming in from these other restored wetlands. So, but I agree that seeing that the harvest water, especially it's going to mostly be impacting nutrient inputs in the summer months when the effluent is a larger contributor. It's warmer, and that's really when you see your phytoplankton blooms. And I want to point out that it's this conundrum because we're trying to grow beneficial phytoplankton and also still understand how important that is to the food web as opposed to other sources of primary production like plants and organic debris. And understanding, so understanding the controls on the beneficial phytoplankton and the harmful algae, because it's kind of, you want to grow the good kinds, but not the bad kinds. It's a complex.
Steve, and then me.
Maybe kind of following up on that, do you think the community has now a better sense of what is controlling production when chlorophyll is not in a bloom state? Or is that just too simple of a question? Is it probably a lot of different things for different taxa at different times and places?
I think there's still so many studies. I often feel like, there is integration between, we're coming from the water quality, nutrients, phytoplankton, and then there's the zooplankton people and the fish people. And I still find it intriguing that I think we're still not sure exactly what's feeding zooplankton. And I think there's more and more studies coming out on that, and I'm always looking for that, even like trying to figure out what's in the guts of fish and what's in the guts of zooplankton to understand what they're really feeding on is, I think, of continued importance. And it gets complicated because zooplankton like some phytoplankton species more than others. And even understanding, of course, you can have the presence of a potentially cyanotoxin producing phytoplankton species, but if they're not producing cyanotoxins, then maybe they're feeding the food web. There's still a lot of science to be done on that topic, I believe.
All right. Just a brief comprehension questions. You don't have, did you see a change in phytoplankton composition yet? Or you don't have that data analyzed?
Have we I don't think I can say that we've analyzed the data to answer that question. And then it's also like you can ask that question over what time period and where in the Delta. I think it's important, but mostly I just think it's just so highly variable. So I think that measuring a change, looking at the way we've analyzed it so far has just been like over multiple years. We are starting that analysis for looking at our Delta mapping analysis, but I don't want to say that there's been a lot of work done by a lot of people trying to understand changing compositions and phytoplankton species composition, and I don't think I don't want to speak for them.
Yeah, I just thought
but it's a great question, and there's a collaborative one of the Delta Science Program collaborations is also to start looking at the phytoplankton data and control specifically on harmful algal blooms. So there's definitely efforts underway to do those analyses.
Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to point out that, of course, it's a wonderful thing that the upgrade happened because ammonia is toxic, ammonium.
In high concentrations.
Right, and fish are among the most sensitive group to ammonium. Not so much invertebrates, and especially, I mean, the phytoplankton connection is complicated, as we've heard. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of other contaminants were eliminated as well by this tertiary treatment.
Yes.
And this is more a question for Tim, who's in the room here, Tim Musson from the EchoWater plant. You monitor contaminants in effluent a lot, Tim. Did you see a drop in those years? that is, thank you. Yeah,
Button.
just,
Hi. So, hello, everyone. My name is Tim Muss, and I'm a senior scientist at the Sacramento Area Sewer District. And I appreciate the question and opportunity to discuss with the board. And I would have been your first public comment if not invited a little bit earlier. So, I believe your question was, have we seen a change in contaminants following the new treatment process? I think the best way to say that is it's a microbial process to eliminate both the carbon material within wastewater, as it always has been, but then also the nitrogen is removed through a set of organisms. It takes a much larger mass of bacteria to grow out the ability to nitrify and denitrify all of that nitrate into nitrogen gas. And because of that, there's a larger absorbance for anything that is hydrophobic. And so the larger solids load are going to be more effective, say, at pyrethroid pesticide adherence. And so we expect there to be greater removal in those regards. Also, the new tertiary treatment filtration will take out particles and any contaminants that might be bound to those particles within the process to a higher extent than what we had previously. So greater amounts are likely to be sequestered into specific areas of the treatment stream, but in terms of specific contaminants, we were meeting our discharge requirements prior to the upgrade, and now we continue to meet those as well. So we've been within the regulations, putting forward good adherence.
yes, that's, thank you. But you are monitoring a whole list of contaminants, right, as part of your NPDES permit. So I was just wondering if, year 2018 versus 2026 or 25 was different in those.
Yeah, so I'd have to go back to the specific data to see what levels they were at below their thresholds for concern.
Yeah.
So perhaps now we're also running at lower levels for those which are more of the hydrophobic nature than we had. But
Yeah.
I think really it's the unmonitored contaminants that we've had a larger effect on in some ways, hopefully, with the newer improved treatment process, that we wouldn't have the data to really show the before and after effects, because some of those have not been regularly regulated within the industry
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
seen.
Well, if you look at the scientific literature, you will find quite a bit of information. Maybe that's not specific to your plant, but yeah, I'm quite sure. So anyway, yeah, thank you. I am still concerned about PFAS in your biosolids, so I'm hoping that you will have information on that soon.
Yeah, PFAS is a challenge worldwide at this point
I know.
for how we can try to recover from many decades of its use and the long-term persistence that it has within the environment and within our communities. So it's going to be a large exercise in best source control management, and I think a lot of the details are still being researched and worked on at this time for both better source control and also potential removal techniques.
It's a big challenge for everybody involved. Yes, I know. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. That was my questions.
I'm just going to stay for public comments unless you want me to move to our microphone.
No, you can stay, of
Okay.
course. Okay, Diane.
So this is more of a comment than a question, and it's following up on your query about the phytoplankton data. And I wanted to let board know, and you're probably aware of this, Tamara, that there is technology that in the oceanographic community that's very sophisticated for doing flow-through microscopy of the phytoplankton and taking all these images in real time at different depths and such to get both the zooplankton and the phytoplankton. It's expensive and sophisticated. Again, the ship time costs so much, so the oceanographers are able to get ahead of the game, but that's the kind of information that can complement the fluoroprobe, which gives you these broad groups, whereas the flow-through imaging can let you see, well, here's these filamentous cyanobacteria that could be, Anabina or such. So I just, there's new technology, image recognition, facial, the same software that tells who you are when you go through the airport is also used in this, but it's more in the marine system right now, is my understanding.
Yeah, there is an IFCB on our RV Peterson, which does surveys all the way from South Bay up to Rio Vista once a month. That's an instrument that comes out of Rafe Kudella's lab out of UC Santa Cruz, and is a resource, and I don't know, does the EMP run anyway, the Cytobot or something? Anyway, I should know that. There's a lot more detrital material in estuaries and river systems in the ocean, which is one reason that it's challenging, but I do think that with some of the new tools that hopefully we can extract the information from those more readily. I agree.
I was just bringing this to the attention of the board so that they be aware that there's always new technology on the horizon, and it's never cheap or easy.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from the board? Doesn't look like it. So do we have any public comments?
Just a reminder about public comments. For those online, please use the raise hand function. For those in the room, please line up at the microphone. I know Tim also has a public comment, so you can go first, Tim.
Well, thank you. So first, I really wanted to thank Tamara for an exceptional and expert presentation summing the many years of work that have been put into understanding the change in nutrients that has occurred in the Delta following the EchoWater upgrade. As Peter pointed out, there was a fair amount of scientific disagreement at the beginning of this research, and having a trusted agency like USGS available that had the capacity and expertise to bring forward the ideas for how to best investigate this system, going into areas of water that we had not sampled previously in the long-term monitoring, which had focused on the open river channels and monthly sampling, but these high-speed cruises to take the monitoring into the shallower zones started to show us the areas for transformation are in those higher residence periods where the water is shallower, and that's where some of the activity was really occurring. It took coordination with modelers who knew the hydrodynamics to see how the water was moving through the system, and one of the real benefits was as they approached the Delta Regional Monitoring Program and the Delta Science Program in the beginning to gain the initial funds, as the community saw the success, they were able to continue to go into all of the different components of agencies that were interested in this question on all sides of the discussion to receive additional funding and continue the work over time to both lay that baseline and then get the feedback afterwards as to what had changed, and importantly where we should look to the future to understand productivity throughout the system. I think that it was very interesting for some of the results to come back showing that at this point we may be seeing nutrient limitation at some periods, and that nutrient is nitrogen. The phosphorus is quite rich. So in a system where you have adequate residence time and light and phosphorus, there's the possibility of nitrogen-fixing cyanobacteria utilizing those conditions, and that's something that's not really beneficial for the system. So we do have to be careful with how we balance the nutrient loads moving into the future as well to maintain productivity. I share Tamara's concern with the golden mussel affecting our lower food web. They've been shown to consume phytoplankton very rapidly. They are attaching to fixed structures where we have not had mussels before. I was amazed with a presentation from DWR showing that they'll grow on the stems of aquatic plants and even on the top of our clams that live at the bottom of the river currently. So it's going to be very important to watch what happens to the lower food web in the future. And one of the interesting findings I've heard in terms of silica was that when the Potamacorbula clams moved into the brackish zone down in Sassoon Bay, there was a noticeable rise in silica in the following years compared to what had come before, because they grazed down all the spring diatom populations. So then you could see that adjustment in the water. In some of my prior discussions with Dick Dugdale, there might have been one or two large blooms where we started to see silica limitation, but in general, nitrogen would be the limiting factor for many of the large blooms throughout the system and historically. And now that that concentration is reduced by 65% from Sac sewer, it's going to be hard to know where and when we might see more of this occurrence in the future. And in those large figures, one thing that Tamara shared with you, one thing I do want to point out, during the winter, the loading of nitrogen that comes from upstream sources is significantly higher than we ever see from the effluent. So while effluent is diluted, on the figure you'll still see the nitrate concentration peaking during the winter. And that's from all the runoff that we have through the system. So that there is, as Tamara said, many sources of nitrogen throughout our ecosystem, and it still is important for all of us to really spend the time and energy to understand the drivers for the system before partaking in very large and expensive management techniques. So we continue to support the use of science, and I think that is true from everyone who is regulated. They want to really understand the process and know what the likely outcomes will be. And so that's why we really appreciate the service of the ISB reviewing the science that is available and showing where we need more attention and understanding so that we can have effective management heading into the future.
Thank you very much, Tim. Are there any other comments?
There are no additional public comments.
All right. Well, in that case, we will take a break, a 20-minute break now, and we can continue the discussion as needed. We will reconvene at, let's say 10:45. We're a little over, so 10:45. Thanks. Yeah. Welcome back to the May meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We will, as our agenda item 4, will debrief on our tour of the EchoWater Resource Recovery Facility and its Bufferlands that we took yesterday. And the tour was intended to help inform the contaminants monitoring review. There were a lot of public participants, which was wonderful, and I want to thank Tim Musson and Echo Valley again for their wonderful tour that they organized for us. So the Sacramento Area Sewerage District's EchoWater Resource Recovery Facility is located in Elk Grove, California, and it provides tertiary wastewater treatment, as we heard in the last talk, for 1.6 million customers throughout the Sacramento region. It includes the Bufferlands, an open space area between facility operations and its nearest neighbors that provides wildlife habitat and farmland while reducing the potential for odor and other nuisances. I already mentioned, it was a really well-attended tour and reached capacity at 57 participants from the public, which is really wonderful. And we also had the Delta Science Program launched a promo video of the tour featuring Edmund Yu of our support staff. It's part of the Delta Science Program's larger effort to produce a science communication video series to discuss the latest science and events. So more to come. So please let me hear from you, or let us hear from you about your impressions of the tour yesterday. We're all a little bit, I am tired, but it was a long tour. So please let's hear from the board. Diane.
Sorry.
Our high tech.
Yes, again, it was a great tour. I really appreciated the opportunity to learn about the particular approaches to deal with the issues of, as you said, the increase in solids to water. That's a theme that's coming up in many wastewater treatment systems, and how that relates to the contaminants in the solids issue that Inge has brought up. It's not unique in some ways to the Sac sewer or this facility, but it's great to see how well that's being considered and the way it was being discussed. And then I also want to compliment the program on the Nicholas Dairy. That was great to see, and to have this approach of having the historic facility and being this sense of place, and bringing the elementary age kids to this sense of place, and seeing it as integrated as part of this facility and this preserved land is something that I'm sure will make an impression for the school-age kids. I've been in my role with the long-term ecological research program, we have this approach of the schoolyard, that each long-term ecological research site is a schoolyard, and to see that the bufferlands are being presented in that way as a schoolyard, to also appreciate history and modern technology to address inherent issues. I just want to compliment you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Steve?
So I also really enjoyed the tour. I learned a lot. I was surprised, I think, really by the scale of the things I saw there. That was almost shocking. And in particular, how much of the Sacramento River flow below the discharge site is comprised of that effluent. And I'm wondering if anyone knows, maybe Tim, whether there's any credit anyone accrues from returning that water to the river, which seems like a real ecological benefit. And I don't think I heard anything about the temperature of that discharge, and I'm wondering if that influences that downstream.
Here comes Tim. He will answer your question.
Hello, everyone. Tim Musson, Senior Scientist at the Sacramento Area Sewer District. So when it comes to credit for water return, so we do have some legal rights to the water after we have treated it, and that is how the EchoWater project can direct it toward beneficial use within the southern portion for agriculture, and in lieu restoration of the water, groundwater tables. As far as I know, we would not receive any credit from placing it back into the Sacramento River. That is something where we've tried to get different water modelers to understand that our flow will be used for recycled water in the future, and not to count on it being present in their modeling for the system. And sometimes we try to look at the long-term plans to ensure that people understand that. even though it is a small percentage, every percentage is helpful for people who want to export water out of the system. In terms of temperature, I found it really interesting to learn that as we collect the sewage from the community underground, it's fairly insulated from the above ground temperature. So during the summer, like being down in a cave, you'll find that the temperatures are cooler that are running through, and that continues through our treatment process. So during the summer, the discharge comes in at a colder temperature than the Sacramento River, which is, if anything, beneficial for the organisms that are there. And the time that we have a larger temperature threshold is in the dead of winter when the river gets really cold. Then we've got that insulated warmer effluent that can go into the river. Temperatures are highly regulated in discharge, both in the change that can occur, the length of the effect. We've done extensive studies looking at how fish species might interact with the temperature change, and have found that there's always areas on the edges of the river where they can swim around to avoid a warmer temperature. And in my background with fish physiology, a thermal increase at cold temperatures is less stressful for fish than it would be at a high temperature when they're closer to their thermal maximum.
All right, so got an immediate answer to your question, Steve. Would anybody like to share their impression? Oh, Tanya.
Yeah, I had a great time. It was a long day. It was hot outside, but it was just so cool to see just how comprehensive that site is, and how much foresight Sac Sewer had in the 70s to buy some 2,000 acres of property surrounding that treatment facility, and just how much effort is put into thinking about those lands as both cultural resources, ecological resources, community protection from the nuisances that can come from a sewage treatment plant near homes, and all the kind of co-benefits you get from having that land there. So it was really terrific. I guess, the harvest water program that's being developed, or I guess I wasn't clear if that's actually in place yet, so maybe Tim can answer that. I was curious what some of the implications are of taking a third of the flow that would be going back into the river and diverting it for irrigation, and just in terms of some of the anticipated effects, whether it's on temperature or contaminants or flow. What are the thoughts there? Tim, do you have anything to share?
Sure. So the status of the harvest water program, we've been installing the large main water distribution network down some of the large roads. We feel sad for people who had congestion because we had to put our signs up to say we're building a new infrastructure. But it is now where I believe near the end of the year there will be connections coming into the different farms where there is known flow gauges where they can order through the internet what sort of water they want to receive and have it come down through that way. So that project is nearing completion, but still has a little more work to go. In terms of what will change when a third of our effluent is now recycled rather than in the water, where Tamara is focused is that's another portion of nitrogen being removed from the Sacramento River load. And during the mid of the summer when runoff is low from agriculture or precipitation, our effluent can be the largest portion of nitrogen in the Sacramento River. So if this is another third reduction, we do, wonder if this makes it more likely to get to an area where nutrient limitation may occur in the future where we haven't seen it occurring previously, and how that might affect the ecological balance. As our discharge is typically roughly 2% of the river flow, sometimes during the winter less than that, rarely more. I think that 1/3 reduction is unlikely to change the temperature significantly or most of the other chemistry in the water. Already, you don't see too many changes other than the nutrient loads that are coming from the effluent. So I don't foresee it having too many effects. At the hottest of years, our federal partners from the Bureau of Rec and others want to keep as much water in the river as they can during severe droughts. And so during those times, I believe we still have plans to keep the discharge moving. But that's management negotiations that are not quite my specialty as a scientist.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't have much to add. It really was a great tour. So many thanks, Tim, for everything you put together yesterday. I think everyone on the tour really got a lot out of it. A couple of things I might add that I found really impressive. The care when you put in that tertiary treatment to select from the plethora of potential opportunities to really test out for your local effluent and the environmental conditions what was really going to work, I think was quite remarkable. And then secondly, once you've got that in place, I know most treatment plants do this, but the sophistication of the real-time monitoring, the ability to move things out at any one of those three stages if things aren't quite right, was really incredible to see. So that was very worthwhile. And the only other thing that I would add, we spoke about this last night, was just a passion that the environmental group had. One, to be good neighbors, and that came very clearly in the various presentations, but also people have been there for a very long time and clearly cared deeply about innovation, what's the next steps, and what kind of job are we doing. So thanks for sharing all of that with us yesterday.
Thank you, Peter. Kenny?
I guess I'm last. So I have nothing much to add. Thank you for the tour. It was very, not only educational, but entertaining. I was involved with the ammonium debate early on, and whatever that was about, I'm glad to see the outcome in terms of just an incredible facility that can only do good for the environment and for the citizens. So that's all good. And I'll just tell you, I texted a photograph of the house at the dairy to my wife, and she wrote back, Sears House circa 1910. And then she said, what are you doing? Where? And so I explained, and she's a museum educator, and I was impressed too, but she was very impressed that you're kind of weaving that into the technology and the treatment part of it. But I may have some explaining to do when I go home, because she wasn't expecting that, for sure. But thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'd like to add that I was really impressed with the foresight and the way you look at your products as a resource. I love that. There's much that can be done with it, and you're really doing your best. So one was the methane for electricity production, the biosolids for fertilizer, which I have some reservations about, and then the water, which of course is a precious resource in California. I just wish you would look at the contaminants a little bit closer, just to avoid, problems in the future. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you all for this input. I think we're going to move on. Thank you, Tim, for making yourself available for more input.
And thank you all for coming on the tour and surviving through the heat of yesterday. I wanted to also thank Edmund for helping to schedule and coordinate this tour and bringing it together in a nice and well-designed fashion so that it would roll out with all the community participation. And finally say that, you know, we really value our role as environmental stewards within the Sacramento community, and there's a lot of passion from those who needed to have this built on time, in budget, and with the treatment still meeting all of its regulations during the time of construction. So it was a large effort for the community. We're proud of what we've accomplished, and we're proud to continue serving the local area. And so thank you.
Thanks very much, Tim. All right, we'll
Yeah,
move
and-
on. We're a little bit behind schedule, but not much.
And Inge,
Yeah?
we just have to take public comments.
Oh, sorry. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Just does this on purpose. All right, agenda item 5. We'll come to the presentations of our California Sea Grant State Fellow and the Delta ISB postdoctoral scholar. So, I'm sorry. So Dr. Alyssa Burns, the current California Sea Grant State Fellow working with the Delta ISB, and Dr. Annika Agrawal, the current Delta ISB postdoc scholar, will provide an overview of their past research interests and what they hope to get out of their work with the Delta ISB. This will also help guide our mentorship, but of course we also try our best to communicate with you in other ways. We will take questions from the board after each presentation and wait with the public comments after both presentations. So first goes Alyssa with a topic, large river deltas as integrators and indicators of watershed processes. Go ahead, Alyssa.
Okay. Thank you, Inge, and members of the ISB. As Inge mentioned, I'm a 2026 California Sea Grant State Fellow with the Delta Stewardship Council and staff support for the Delta Independent Science Board. Today, I'm going to be detailing some of the work I led and contributed to during my PhD in this presentation titled Large River Deltas as Integrators and Indicators of Watershed Processes. As we all know, river deltas serve a critical role in supplying terrestrial materials to coastal regions, and I think this background image helps to highlight the dynamic exchange that can occur between river channels, off-channel storage sites, and marine environments, largely giving deltas recognition as biogeochemical reactors. First, I'll give a brief personal introduction and overview of my professional journey to get to this point in my career. Next, I'll provide some details surrounding river delta processes as it relates to organic carbon cycling, and highlight some research findings from the Yukon River Delta and the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. I'll wrap up this presentation by providing some perspective on implications for carbon cycling in the Delta and how these research efforts relate to my fellowship goals. So everyone I talk to is confused about my professional title, so perhaps this slide is more for the benefit of my friends and family than the individuals present in this meeting. But I am one of the 2026 California Sea Grant State Fellows, a fellowship that provides recent graduate students with hands-on experience in marine, coastal, and watershed management and policy in the state of California. Fellows are placed at different agencies across the state, but I was specifically placed with the Delta Stewardship Council in the Adaptive Management Unit and largely tasked with providing support to the Delta Independent Science Board. I come to this role with a strong background in environmental chemistry, which was gained through years of academic and professional work experience. I received my Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry from North Carolina State University, and after undergrad, further developed analytical research experience as an associate scientist at a pharmaceutical research and development company in North Carolina. However, I knew I wanted to apply this chemistry skill set to the study of environmental systems, and fortunately was able to transition to a role at Oregon State University in the Department of Environmental Molecular Toxicology, where I investigated fungal toxins present within grass-based animal feeds, and then ultimately transitioned to a PhD program at UC Davis in the Agricultural and Environmental Chemistry graduate group, where I studied carbon cycling in large river deltas. And much of my dissertation research was focused on the Yukon River Delta in Alaska, but my advisor, Peter Hurnis, and lab mate, Maddie Mathers, had ongoing work in the Sacramento San Joaquin River Delta, which I was able to support during my time as a PhD student. And again, I'll be showing some research findings from these two disparate systems throughout the rest of this presentation. So river deltas integrate terrestrial organic carbon sources from their watersheds and allow for in situ biogeochemical processing, much of which is regulated by hydrologic flow and river flow and hydrologic connectivity. In free-flowing river systems like the Yukon River seen on the left, unregulated water movement allows water to move naturally across the landscape, forming a vast and interspersed array of channels and lakes that allow for sediment mobilization and deposition across the floodplain. Suspended sediment transport in the Yukon is expected to be amplified by climate-driven landscape changes, such as receding glaciers, permafrost thaw, and coastal erosion. These suspended sediment dynamics are much less extreme in systems like the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta, where human manipulation of the river and delta channels through water diversions, levee and dam construction limits hydrologic connectivity and suspended sediment transported to downstream reaches. I, along with research collaborators from a NASA-funded project focused on carbon cycling in Arctic nearshore regions, collected surface water samples across the Yukon River Delta during 3 distinct hydrologic conditions in 2022 and 2023. And the image on the left shows the massive scale of the Yukon River watershed and large flux of suspended sediment transported offshore. All delta sampling locations are indicated on the right. And then all delta surface water samples were collected by fishing boats. The image doesn't really capture the size of the delta, but in some cases, it could be 3-hour travel times between sites. And then for these delta sampling events, we were based out of the Yupik village of Aluknuk, which is indicated by the yellow circle, and it partnered with local community members to conduct all fieldwork activities. Additionally, local high school interns performed daily and weekly samplings to help us capture high-resolution temporal variability in organic carbon transport across hydrologic transitions. All surface water samples were passed through filters to isolate the suspended sediment present within the river, and we measured bulk properties such as suspended sediment concentration and particulate organic carbon concentration, but also performed lignin analysis to determine terrestrial source contributions. And lignin is a complex organic heteropolymer that grows within vascular plants and is an unambiguous indicator of terrestrial sources. And due to its structural complexity, it also serves as a valuable terrestrial tracer in water and sediments across long time scales. So due to annual freeze-thaw cycles, Arctic rivers have distinct hydrologic stages compared to lower latitude river systems. In the winter months when the river is frozen, flow is dominated by groundwater, and during this stage of the hydrograph, river discharge, which is indicated as Q on the y-axis of these figures, is low, and there's negligible resuspension of riverbed sediments. The river ice rapidly thaws in the spring, leading to a massive flux of fresh water through the river system and a sharp increase in discharge. This period is known as the spring freshet and typically coincides with high water levels, flooding, and surface runoff, as well as high sediment resuspension events. It also accounts for the majority of flux of organic carbon through the system. And then after the spring freshet, river discharge gradually decreases into the late summer months, increasing residence times and allowing for suspended sediment deposition to occur. So the 2 figures below show the results of the daily and weekly samples that the local high school interns collected across the hydrologic transition between spring freshet and late summer flow conditions. All sample results are depicted relative to the collection date, which is shown on the x-axis, and the measured property on the y-axis, and color-coded according to the daily discharge relative to peak annual discharge for that year. The figure on the left shows total suspended sediment, or TSS concentration, and the figure on the right shows particulate organic carbon, or POC concentration. So the highest TSS and POC concentrations were measured during peak annual discharge, likely due to substantial disruption of riverbed and riverbank sediments. Additionally, TSS and POC concentrations appeared to follow similar trends across this hydrologic transition between spring freshet and late summer, suggesting that POC cycling is primarily driven by physical sediment mobilization events and uniform and organic carbon content across the open water season. And while POC in the Yukon River Delta appears to be dominated by these physical drivers, spatially variable delta sampling suggests that there are seasonally dependent transformation processes that lead to shifts in organic carbon concentration and composition with downstream transport. The bar graphs on the left show the TSS normalized lignin concentration as a method of representing pterogenous contributions to suspended sediments for the spring freshet, which is shown in red, and the late summer, which is shown in blue. And all sample results are arranged according to their respective location, being up gradient or down gradient within the delta region. And compared to the concentration at the most up gradient location, represented by the horizontal dashed line, which is shown in both of those images, suspended sediments at down gradient locations had consistently higher lignin concentration during the spring freshet, which seems to indicate mobilization of pterogenous sources within the delta with downstream transport. In contrast, the suspended sediment lignin concentrations decrease with downstream transport during the late summer pulse, which may be indicative of some biogeochemical processing of fluvial POC. Ultimately, this shows that POC cycling within the Yukon River system is simultaneously governed by both physical and biogeochemical drivers, and these upstream and deltaic sources. So suspended sediment supply, along with autochthonous production, are critical to subsidence reversal and wetland accretion. The Yukon River has no shortage of suspended sediment that can contribute to long-term deposits in carbon storage in coastal and marine environments, but turbidity within the river severely limits light availability for photosynthesis. The Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta faces different challenges as modern water management decisions have reshaped suspended sediment delivery to downstream delta regions. And so to briefly introduce this Delta research project, all efforts were led by Dr. Madison Mathers, a former Delta Science Fellow and PhD graduate from UC Davis. And some of this work was conducted during her fellowship period and then continued through a Delta Science program funded grant. While I supported this research during our time together at UC Davis and thought it would be a missed opportunity to not include this research in this presentation, I think she would be better suited to answer any follow-up questions that anyone has on this work, and so I've included her email there. She conducted the first delta-wide analysis of particulate organic carbon in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta with coordination and sampling support by USGS, including Dr. Brian Bergamaschi and Dr. Tamara Kraus, who presented to you all earlier. So this table presents the total mass loading of POC within the delta across sampling periods. And the influx value is most representative of upstream terrestrial delivery of POC to the delta. Across the sampling periods, the Sacramento River accounted for 65 to 89% of POC influx to the delta on a per mass basis. And this large proportion of POC delivered by the Sacramento River highlights how critical it is in terms of upstream sources of suspended sediments to the delta. However, long-term declines in suspended sediment concentrations are evident based on recent and historical data collected from the Sacramento River at Freeport. Here we see a steady decline in TSS concentration, shown on the y-axis, extending from 1957 to 2023. Therefore, while the Sacramento River is largely responsible for POC influx to the delta, the long-term stability of this carbon resource is uncertain. And while we're still in the process of finalizing the lignin manuscript and teasing apart the complex pterogenous contributions to the system, I thought it would be interesting to present some qualitative analysis showing relative vascular plant contributions to suspended sediments using metagenomics. Here you can see vascular plant species data sorted into agricultural, aquatic, and terrestrial bins. Through this lens, we generally see a higher abundance of terrestrial vascular plant contributions to suspended sediments in upstream river locations, in contrast to the relatively high abundance of aquatic plant contributions to suspended sediments in Grizzly Bay. This downstream shift in suspended sediment composition, while qualitative, does seem to reflect a loss of terrestrial signal with transport through the delta, which could be driven by particle consumption or deposition, or just the dominance of autochthonous sources in downstream regions. Additionally, delta suspended sediments show a relatively high abundance of agricultural plants, which hasn't really been focused on in previous studies, and is perhaps unsurprising considering delta land use, but the role agricultural inputs play in POC cycling remains unclear. Ultimately, this and other biomarker tools provide us with insight into the source of suspended sediments throughout the delta and raise questions about what that could mean for long-term carbon accretion and carbon substrates that are available for lower food webs. So in summary, POC cycling is largely controlled by flow conditions and hydrologic connectivity, which is a continued point of discussion in the delta as it relates to modification of the system. Human modification can shift source contributions, but suspended sediments are generally supplied by both upstream and internal sources. And delta sources, along with biogeochemical processing, can transform organic carbon with downstream transport, highlighting the role deltas play in regulating carbon balance. And then finally, for my fellowship, I'm really looking forward to diving into more interagency carbon efforts, including the Delta Carbon Team and a Delta Data Synthesis Working Group through the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis, also known as NCES. And I'm also looking forward to expanding my current scientific knowledge to include the vast and overlapping array of science conducted within the Delta by providing support with ISB reviews. While I came in with some knowledge of the system, I've already learned a lot through these past 3 months of my fellowship. And ultimately, I'd like to explore how science shapes critical management decisions in the face of a complex and uncertain future. And then with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time and open up for questions.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. Great talk. So are there any questions from the board? Steve?
Yeah, thank you very much for that fascinating overview. So in the Yukon, the lignin is being produced by trees. Is it mostly delivered from upper watershed areas, or how much is coming in the form of large woody debris into the delta and then being processed internally? And then I'm wondering further, that probably used to happen a lot in the Sacramento River Delta, but really trees don't go into it anymore because of the armored banks and whatnot. I'm just wondering if you have any comment on the role of large woody debris in this.
Yeah, so as a disclaimer, POC cycling and DOC cycling are quite different in the Yukon River and have vastly different turnover times. And so most of the POC is really old material, likely been sorbed to sediments. And so it could have been released from woody debris, but that source signature has shifted a lot, and the turnover rates, it's not freshly produced material that's being picked up in POC, mainly within the main stem. However, especially during the spring freshet, I have published a paper in JGRB that we talked about a little bit, that you can pick up woody signatures, especially during the spring freshet, that are coming through the system. So yeah, it is playing a role in the DOC pool specifically, if that gets at most of your question, yeah.
Tanya?
Yeah, thanks so much, Alyssa. I have a non-technical question for you. and we already chatted a little bit about this yesterday, but I'd love to hear you reflect on what you learned in your field work about engaging with some of the local community members and how that has shaped your perception of that importance of having community engaged in the production of science.
Yeah, it's a really delicate line to walk, and I think that there was a lot that I learned through the experience and a lot that I felt was missing from the work that I was doing. So in short, I think led me to doing more community-based research that was directly impactful to the community and consulting them early in the research process to determine what is ultimately most important for the issues that they're facing, and then helping that inform research efforts. But yeah, it was also like I pointed to you or mentioned to you yesterday, and that like working with the community is ultimately how this research was even able to be implemented within the Yukon River, just because they're so knowledgeable of the system and they've watched it change over the course of the last like 100+ years. Like they have elders that have just watched the landscape and hydrologic variability change drastically over the course of their lifetime. So it's helpful to get that insight too as we inform our research.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. Any more questions, Diane?
So I'm aware of the Yukon River Intertribal organization that has been active in the Yukon for quite some time. That's how the samples higher up in the watershed are collected. So there's been this organization, and so your work was partnered through that. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Etta Mutter is the University of Alaska Anchorage, primarily leading a lot of the Yukon intertribal watershed work, and she had partnerships in the Delta. So previously there hadn't been any organic carbon work done in that region, but we were able to work through Etta to get like established relationships within the Delta.
And she also works closely with the USGS and the state agencies. It's really an amazing system. The Yukon watershed is the size of California.
Yeah, it's always hard to like grasp the scale.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any raised hands or any raised signs. So thanks again, Alyssa. That was really interesting. And we'll move on to Annika. Annika, you want to? Her title is A Tale of Three Coasts. So we'll hear more about that.
Thanks, Inge. Thank you all. I'm excited to tell you all a little bit about my just general journey through environmental toxicology. So it's more of like the story of all the research I've done over the last 10 or 11 years through what I've titled A Tale of Three Coasts. So there we go. My journey doesn't begin on a coast, actually. I grew up in a city called Pune in India, which is inland. But I was always exposed to water pollution, even at a really young age. Like there was a canal that used to flow behind my neighborhood. It was always chock full of plastic and debris, and kind of seeing that at a really young age and all sorts of other pollution, I really wanted to find a way to study environmental science or see if there was a way that, we could help not only humans, but the environment and creatures and so on and so forth. So I wanted to see if there was a way to find solutions for ecosystems. And so that desire took me to my first coast, or the west coast of the United States, where I first learned about environmental toxicology. I went to UC Davis, which famously not on the coast, but I was able to go to the Bodega Marine Lab my freshman year with the chemistry club outing. And during the tour, I just saw like the numerous different types of studies that people were doing and the number of ways you could study contaminants. And I really fell in love with that place and wanted to see how I could do similar research projects as well. So the following summer, I took a 6-week-long course that they offer where I was able to conduct my first research project. I investigated the effects of personal care products on sea urchin embryogenesis. I actually just took my roommate's eyeshadow, crushed it up, and made different mixtures to see what that was doing to this really critical life stage, and really just understand mixture effects. And I found that certain chemicals within these products that we use in our everyday lives can cause abnormal development at the pluteus stage. So the pluteus stage is on the left side of the screen. That's this like really cool like spaceship-like stage of embryogenesis. And any deformations to this stage are lethal because this is the final step before they settle. So you'll see on the right-hand side of the screen, like the top image there shows abnormal development or exogastrulation, so their guts are forming outside of their bodies, or the picture below where you can see that the spicules are the ones that form those really nice triangle shapes are all like just deformed, and there's delayed development. And so all of this together can lead to, just the overall death of these organisms. But this was such a cool thing to do, especially like as a sophomore, and I wanted to do more research. And that led me to pursue an REU at Oregon State University with Dr. Suzanne Brander. And so it's still on the West Coast. And here I collaborated with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. They gave us these frozen rockfish, and I learned how to dissect them, digest them in potassium hydroxide, and then take that digest and sieve it through to see what microplastics were present. So we found things like tire particles, floss, and just even particles from people's clothing. But I did this in 2018 when the microplastics research was still pretty nascent. And I found that there were just so many different methods to discern how many microplastics are in something. And frankly, I felt like I couldn't trust my eyes, just sieving through it through a microscope and seeing how many microplastics are present. So I was curious to see if there was a different technique by which we could capture, okay, are there even microplastics present in an organism? And that led me to pursue a senior thesis project back at the Bodega Marine Lab with Dr. Eric Sanford and Dr. Gary Chur, where I fed microplastics to these sand crabs, dissected them, and you can see kind of what the gut of the mole crab looks like. And here, when I digested them, instead of just looking at that digest through a microscope to see if microplastics were present, I filtered it through with this dye called red Nile. And the cool thing about this, you'll see this is what the filters look like afterwards, but red Nile attaches to plastics, and under microscopes, under fluorescent microscopy, fluoresces. So this image here shows one of the filters from a mole crab that I fed plastics to. It clearly fluoresces versus the control, which doesn't fluoresce at all. So this was a really cool way to see, are microplastics present in organisms without just relying on your eyes to see if those particulates were present or not. So at the end of this, at the end of my undergrad, I felt like I was well-versed in contaminants, how these pathways work, but I felt like I wasn't as well-versed on the organisms themselves and just even other global stressors. So that led me to pursue a master's in marine biology at Texas A&M Galveston with Dr. Laura Juergens to really understand more about the critters that we're looking at when we do all these ecotoxicology type studies. The experimental chapter for my thesis is published in Estuaries and Coasts, and it was about asynchronous stressors on the eastern oyster. And beyond contaminants and other global stressors, when we're setting up experiments, the timing of stressors can really play a large role in determining how organisms respond to stressors. So let's take Nemo, for example. Nemo, exposed to rising temperatures, drops in salinities, pollution, overfishing, like that boat at the beginning of the movie, habitat loss, and so on. And if you were a researcher trying to see what's going on with Nemo and his habitat, you could say, okay, I'm going to expose Nemo to both blue stressor and orange stressor at the same time. And that would be an example of synchronous multiple stressors. But you could also see a world in which you could expose Nemo first to blue stressor and then orange stressor, and that would be an example of an asynchronous multiple stressor study. And the reason why that's important is because, especially in the Gulf Coast region, we have these really, really hot summers. They're approaching the thermal maximum of what organisms can tolerate in the summer, and then all of a sudden you have a hurricane come through, right? You have all this fresh water coming in through the Gulf, and now you're having an osmotic stress as well. But these two stressors are not at the same time. So it's interesting to see how organisms then would react to that. So I simulated this asynchronous thermal and osmotic stressor in oyster spat. And if this video will play, you can see that this was like the setup that I had. I did this in 2020, so learning how to engineer a large-scale multiple stressor experiment when you were not allowed to have any help or anybody else in the lab was certainly challenging, but taught me a lot. And the cool thing that we found was that the oysters that had been exposed to these asynchronous stressors had much higher survival rates than those that were exposed to both stressors at the same time. And that's probably because they're being primed by that thermal stress, probably releasing heat shock proteins that help them deal with that osmotic stress later. So having now this environmental toxicology background and this marine biology background, I wanted to put it all together, and this took me to Coast 3, or the East Coast, where I pursued my PhD in ecosystem toxicology at the University of Connecticut with Drs. Jess Brand and Rob Mason. And I broadly looked at mercury dynamics in basal coastal food webs in my dissertation and focused a lot of my work again on oysters. In my first chapter, which is what I'll spend some of my time talking about, I took a broad-scale public health approach to investigate contemporary mercury concentrations in oysters and then the associated risks to consumers. In chapter 2, which I won't talk about much today, I looked at all of this in one specific location in the Long Island Sound to really understand what are the different effects of nutrients, especially selenium, on mercury moving through basal coastal food webs. And then my chapter 3 was kind of more of a surprise to me because as I was shucking hundreds and hundreds of oysters, I found these parasitic pea crabs inside the oysters, and I was really curious to see if that could play a role in mercury accumulation in oysters. And that study is published in Ecotoxicology and Environmental Safety, and we found that the oysters that had pea crabs in them were associated with higher mercury concentrations. So it'd be interesting to see what this means, if you're a consumer of oysters, or just even understanding more of these like parasitic and like contaminants as couple stressors in organisms. So like I said, for the sake of today, I'll just talk about chapter 1 a little bit because I think it does relate the most to kind of what I'm doing now in terms of like contaminants monitoring. So the main question that I had for this chapter was, how does mercury exposure vary along the eastern seaboard, considering this variation in mercury concentrations, consumption frequency, and consumer age? And for the purposes of the next few slides, I'm just going to orient everyone to mercury. If you're not aware, mercury is everywhere. There's a bunch of environmental and anthropogenic sources, and there's a few forms of mercury that are important to think about when we're talking about mercury. We have inorganic mercury, which is IHD, and then we have methyl mercury. So this inorganic mercury is converted to methyl mercury by microorganisms. They're usually in anoxic places. They're converting it to this methyl mercury, and that's what's organic, and that's what readily bioaccumulates. And so if you were a consumer, that's what you'd likely be exposed to. And then we have total mercury, which is the sum of both inorganic and organic mercury. And both inorganic and methyl mercury are toxic in terms of routine exposure, but again, it's that methyl mercury that you are most likely being exposed to if you're eating seafood. So because the consumption of mercury, the exposure to mercury can lead to negative health effects like neurological, developmental delays, and in really bad cases, even mortality, we have consumption advisories to protect the general public. So mercury actually contributes to 80% of all fish advisories in the US. On the right side of the screen here, you'll see this graphic produced by the FDA and the EPA for what are the best choices, good choices, and then choices to really avoid if you're trying to avoid getting mercury in your body. But the problem with some of these consumption advisories, like anything, is that there are limits. So these consumption advisories are based on monitoring programs that focus primarily on studying total mercury. And the issue with that comes for smaller organisms. So there's this hypothesis in the mercury literature that says that, most of your total mercury will be methyl mercury if you're a large organism, like a large fish or something else. So in that case, it does make sense if you want to save money to only monitor or only test for total mercury. But when you're thinking about smaller organisms, like even smaller fish or bivalves like oysters, that methyl mercury can vary quite a bit. You can't really definitively say most of this total mercury is going to be methyl, what we are being exposed to, what bioaccumulates and biomagnifies. So it's actually not as informative to use just that one fact, like that one form of mercury. We really want to be studying methyl mercury, and a lot of the monitoring that's done really only focuses on total mercury. So because of that, I was curious to see if we start looking at methyl mercury, do our takeaways change in how much somebody could eat of something like oysters? So to do that, I had to collect a lot of oysters, and I was really fortunate in the way that this all came together. I was able to collect 400 oysters across all 14 East Coast states of the US with 32 unique sites, and I was collaborating with sea grants across the coast, departments of natural resources, shellfish hatcheries, and just people that I met on the internet as well who were kind enough to ship me oysters. But it was really cool to see this really collaborative thing come together, and I really wish, thinking back on it now, I had done a social component to this project because it was really interesting to see which folks were really ready to give us the oysters to be like, we really want you to test them, tell us how much mercury is in them, versus folks that were maybe not as open to doing that. It was such an interesting project to do, and I'm really glad I had the opportunity to do this. So after I got the oysters, I shucked them, isolated the tissue, freeze-dried them, and then did a bunch of chemical analyses, which if anybody's interested, I'm happy to talk about. But the main aim for this was to inform exposure risk, right? If you are a lover of eating shellfish and oysters, what does that mean for you if you are a consumer on the eastern seaboard? So there's two ways to do this. The first way that I did this was a concentration threshold approach, where I took each and every oyster concentration of all of those 400 oysters and compared it against this FAO/WHO methylmercury maximum level for non-predatory fish, and saw, okay, were each of these oysters below that level? And they were, which is really good news. But this concentration threshold approach doesn't take into account if you're going to eat maybe 50 oysters in a meal, or how much you weigh, or how old you are. Like this doesn't take that into account. So I wanted to then look at a consumption threshold approach. So I did this in two ways as well. So I did a short-term version where I looked at estimated daily intake. I took the concentration, I took the average methylmercury concentration in oysters across all my sampling events, a meal size. So this, I was very conservative. I did 12 oysters for a meal if you're an adult, 6 oysters if you're a child, and then I divided that by body weight and took whatever came out of this formula and compared it against the joint FAO/WHO Expert Committee on Food Additives Provisional Tolerable Daily Index, which is a mouthful, and saw if it was less than this 0.571 number. So the really good news is for every scenario that I looked at, we were below this number, but that doesn't really mean much if you're a consumer. So another way to put it is if you're an 80-kilogram adult, the number of oysters you could eat at the maximum concentration would be about 35. But it is unlikely that you're going to get every single oyster be that high, the highest mercury concentration that I saw. The data I haven't shown right now is that the mercury concentrations varied quite a bit within each site too. There was a lot of variation. So to put it a different way, the number of oysters you could eat at the average concentration is about 200 before you could even hit a problematic threshold. So if you're eating oysters and you love them, and I mean, there's a lot of good research to show that shellfish could be the future protein to feed our growing population. So this is a good way to continue on with that. And now if you're eating oysters throughout your life, you might be interested in a lifelong exposure. So I also calculated this target hazard quotient, which I won't go into whatever goes into this formula too much, but there's a couple things, there's a couple different scenarios I looked at. I looked at the general population, you're living 70 years, you're 80 kilograms, then I looked at persons of childbearing age, about 30 years old, and then children, so like young children, about 6 years old. I looked at the mean and maximum total mercury and methylmercury just to see that difference, between the two across all of my sites. And then I looked at shellfish consumption rates at the 50th percentile, like your average consumer, and the 95th percentile, an avid consumer, like if you're eating seafood every day. And I get these numbers from an EPA census, which looked at shellfish consumption rates on the East Coast. Now what will happen here is if your target hazard quotient is less than 1, that indicates no lifelong risk to you. And those numbers will turn up in green, and if they're greater than 1, they will turn up in red. So you'll see here that in every single scenario I considered, the target hazard quotient was less than 1, and even the one at the bottom left-hand corner, which I've bolded, which had the maximum methylmercury concentration for somebody who's eating oysters all the time, even that number is much, much less than 1, indicating that there's no lifelong risk from eating oysters on the East Coast, at least in the sites that I looked at. So now, after all of this PhD work, I'm back on the coast, and I asterisk that because, it's not really the coast, but it's kind of the coast. And kind of where I am now and where I hope to go next. And, I'm the postdoc for the Delta Independent Science Board, also with Sea Grant. And I'm working primarily on the contaminants monitoring review. And I'm excited to really learn about this regulatory landscape because there's so much to learn, and it's so vast, and this area is so interesting to learn about. It'll be really cool to also understand strengths and gaps in programs and just seeing what the average person doesn't get to understand about what is happening in your waterways. I'm also excited to learn qualitative methods of analysis and just generally do some sort of applied work that bridges this gap between science and policy. And overall, where I hope it takes me in the future, I hope to be an educator in some capacity. I really love getting people excited about science and the world around them. I'm also interested in conducting maybe some sort of education-based research. So the tools that I learn here, the qualitative-based tools, would be really invaluable for that. So yeah, I want to stay in academia to teach, support undergraduate research, maybe work in its extension. And during my time here, if there's time to like develop outreach or course materials for the same, or publishing some of that contaminants work to be able to like stay in the academic field, that would be great. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. There was lots of people that were obviously instrumental in doing this research, but listing them all would take several slides, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Annika. Do we have questions from the board? Kenny?
So as someone who eats oysters on 2 of those coasts, at least.
Right.
One of the things is your analysis at the end. So I don't know anyone who just eats 1 dozen over their lifetime. So the lifetime one is highly relevant, but I believe it's an additive model. That is, the risk to someone of eating 200 meals is the same as 200 people eating 1 meal, and you add it up, right? And yet there's there's some evidence in toxicology that it's not linear. That there's, as you increase more and more, you exceed certain thresholds, which can trigger other effects, right? Have you looked at any of that? And of course, there's other things that can get you from eating raw oysters,
Absolutely.
probably before the mercury, but that's okay.
Yeah, okay, so good question. So that target hazard quotient that I looked at looks at consumption per day per year, so it like takes that into account, how much you'll be eating. And you're right, it is an additive model, so it doesn't necessarily compound on itself. But what I divide it by is an RFD value that the EPA came up with. So that I don't know the studies that go into creating that, but like the methyl mercury value is very, very low. So they are perhaps accounting for if there are cumulative risks over the course of somebody's lifetime, which is why you also put in how old somebody is, how much they weigh, and all of that together. So I think because it is divided by that number created by the EPA, that it does maybe account for some of that. But I do see what you're saying, that there might be some maybe missed opportunity to understand if there's like a cumulative kind of risk overall. Yeah.
And you always ask people who eat what they sample. So do you eat raw oysters?
I'm a vegetarian. So.
Oh.
So I think I put mine up first. So I'm going to ask some questions. So I have 2 questions. One is, do you have any explanation? Did I understand you right that the parasites enhanced bioaccumulation of mercury? Do you have any explanation for that? And the other one is, of course, you're only looking at mercury, which is in toxicology, right? We always have that problem that maybe if there is a lot of mercury, there's also cadmium, and there's maybe lead and all those other yummies. Is that taken into consideration at all in these advisories, is my question. So 2 questions.
Okay, so the first question about the parasitic pea crabs. So I hypothesize that the reason why an oyster with a pea crab may have higher mercury is because pea crabs, when they're eating within an oyster, they scrape the gills of an oyster, and they're stealing the oyster's food too. So because they're scraping the gills, stealing oyster phytoplankton that they're eating, so as a consequence, oysters have to filter more water and feed more. So in that process, it's likely that they're now being exposed to more mercury. Because they have to make up for that deficit that the crabs are taking from them.
Okay.
It is very hard to rear pea crabs in the lab, but I think it'd be really cool if somebody were to test that out. Because again, this is all associative, a field study, but that would be cool to test if that's the reason why that's happening. Because there are studies about clearance rates going up if they have parasites in them. So it'd be interesting to see if that's probably what's causing that.
Yeah, really interesting. Yeah.
And your second question about whether other chemicals go into these advisories, I think the answer is, actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because any of the mercury advisories that I've seen for the EPA or the FDA, they have their own monitoring service that they do, or they work with, a lot of the data comes from Muscle Watch surveys, which is NOAA. And NOAA and the Muscle Watch, they get all sorts of other contaminant data too, right? Their monitoring encompasses all the heavy metals. They're looking at PCBs and whatnot as well. But I'm not sure how much of that then goes into creating these advisories. I believe it's only from the mercury, but I don't want to say that with certainty.
Yeah, it's a bit misleading, right? Yeah. Thank you. I think Tanya was next, and then you.
Yeah, thanks, Annika. I feel better about the amount of oysters I've eaten now over my lifetime, and but they're from the Pacific Coast, so I grew up in Oregon. We had lots of good oysters. One question is kind of related to, you mentioned when you were requesting your samples, there were some folks that didn't send you samples, which I started to get a little curious about, and whether or not there was any noticeable locations in your data where you weren't getting samples from. And then I guess a follow-up question is, are there known mercury hotspots along the eastern seaboard where there might be more mercury in the oyster populations? And were you seeing any geographic differences in terms of your sampling?
Okay, so the first question of like people being unwilling to give samples. So what I did first was, for each state, I reached out to the Sea Grant to see, because they're the ones that know, right? They know who to talk to. They know if it'll be well taken as well. So I reached out to Sea Grants first, and then they connected me with oyster growers in a lot of the cases. So there were some states that said, we don't want to connect you to the oyster growers because we know it's not going to go over well. And we don't want to, because the thing with mercury is any headline's a bad headline, right? And even if, and so I'm going to be, I have this manuscript is in preparation, but I have to be really careful to say that my headline for this is oysters are safe to eat, right? Because if I put it any other way, that could really lead to distrust between the oyster growers and scientists, and we don't want that to happen. So I understand why Sea Grants that were like, no, we don't want to do it, why they did what they did, and that makes a lot of sense. So in those cases, instead, I had other folks that were doing research that had access to research sites that were able to send me oysters instead to make up for the gaps in some of those places. I tried to get as much commercial as possible, whether that was going to a sea market or a fish market or having friends that I'm like, I know you're eating oysters at this restaurant. Are they chill with you sending me 12? That kind of way. And I forgot your second question.
Oh, it was about mercury deposition in the hotspots that are, did you see any relationship there?
Because most of the oysters I was collecting were for consumption, you would hope that they're rearing them in not mercury hotspots. So there's no geographic range. Also because it's so, I don't have like a perfect range of, it would be really cool to do that, have a really good geographic analysis, but I think my data is too disparate to get at that. But there are hotspots, there's the Hackensack in New Jersey, but you are not allowed to take shellfish from there to eat. So those are already in place. So and I didn't look at those, but there are studies from the lab that I partnered with that has looked at shellfish concentrations of mercury in the Hackensack, and they're really, really high, but they're not for consumption. So yeah.
No more questions for Annika? No. Thank you. Thank you again, both of you. That was really interesting and helps us understand where you're coming from. And hopefully this step in your career with us will be useful in the future. All right, so we are a little bit. Do we have public comments? Do we have public questions or public comments?
I'll just give a chance for people to raise their hand via Zoom and for the public in the back to run up the stage. I don't see no public comments.
All right, well, in that case, we can go and have our lunch, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Yeah. Welcome back to our May meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. Agenda item 6 is a panel on nature-based solutions. It's our first one. And we will hear on insights from state agencies. And I will hand over to Peter Goodwin for taking this, providing background and leading us through.
Well, thank you, Inge, and good afternoon, everyone. So this is the first of a series of panels to explore nature-based solutions with the goal of guiding a potential review by the Independent Science Board. Future panels are going to focus on work at the national level as well as work going on within the Delta. At least one of these panels will occur at the Delta Science Conference at the end of September. And the ultimate goal of these panels is to decide whether a review on NBS is timely, and if so, to guide a draft prospectus that will inform the review. So this afternoon, we're going to welcome Secretary Crowfoot, and that will be followed by a panel of state agency leaders working on NBS. And of course, California has a very long and exemplary record of implementing nature-based solutions going back at least 4 decades. And this experience and expertise has been elevated to a new level in the last few years, both at scale and with significant resources being dedicated by the state of California. In January, Secretary Crowfoot hosted an NBS summit, and his personal interest and passion was evident throughout the event. So clearly there's a lot happening across California, nationally and internationally. And as we explored in our last meeting, the National Foundation has been running a series of programs at the national level. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine are running a workshop series. And the World Economic Forum earlier this year published a document on finance solutions for nature pathways. So this is a very crowded space, and the panels are intended to guide any potential review activity because the Independent Science Board wants to make sure that if we do something, it's constructive. It adds to the scientific understanding of the implementation of NBS in California. We're not duplicating any efforts already underway within agencies, and also to make sure it's not a distraction to agency staff, but an additive value add. So we'd like to thank Secretary Crowfoot for starting this series of listening sessions. And I'll introduce the rest of the panel after Secretary Crowfoot. He really doesn't need any introduction at all. Since 2019, he's led the 26,000 plus employees at the Natural Resource Agency, and his full resume is included in the meeting package. And also for the social scientists on the Independent Science Board, I think it's interesting to note that one of his degrees came from the London School of Economics, which of course has been on the cutting edge of many of these issues for a long time. So Secretary Crowfoot, we really appreciate you kicking off this event of panels, and I look forward to hearing your wise counsel.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to this discussion. I think I responded in about 17 minutes to the invitation because I am really passionate about this topic, and I'm excited to unpack what we're doing and also the help that we need. But first, I want to thank you as the Independent Science Board for the work that you do. The Delta is an incredible place, one of the largest, most complicated, ecologically complex estuaries in the Americas, and it's a really important place, obviously environmentally, for the people who live there, for the regional economy, and for our water delivery. And it's a conflict-ridden place over time. And for so long, we have wanted science to guide the way forward, and the Independent Science Board helps with that. So I'll tell you, as the leader of an agency that includes our Department of Fish and Wildlife, our Department of Water Resources, and the State Water Project, we certainly don't always get it right as it relates to navigating these shared priorities for the Delta. But science is absolutely essential, and independent science is critical, given so many different perspectives. So huge thanks for the work that you do. And I'm very excited that you're interested in understanding how you can help move forward the potential of expanding nature-based solutions in the Delta. So what I want to do from where I sit is give some broad perspective on nature-based solutions in California and what we mean when we talk about nature-based solutions, how it figures into our key state policies and priorities, and also from my perspective, the potential for us to both understand better and expand nature-based solutions in the Delta. So I'd start by saying, you know, I could spend a lot of time waxing on about California's history of environmental conservation, as well as our history as a state government leading, confronting climate change. But I won't do either. I'll simply say, though, in the past, a lot of our environmental conservation work was really separated from our work on climate change. If you recall back to 2007, California, one of the first governments in the world to set a legal requirement to reduce carbon pollution, that was called Assembly Bill 32 or AB 32, it set up what has developed into a really effective pathway to make progress. It charged the California Air Resources Board, which is arguably one of the strongest air regulators in the United States, if not the world, charged them with establishing a scoping plan, identifying how we would meet that carbon reduction target set forth in law. And in 2007, the target was a 20% reduction, I should say a reduction to 1990 levels below 1990 levels by 2020. So it was, you know, ultimately, in retrospect, maybe a bit of a modest goal given where we need to move, but at the time it seemed terribly ambitious. And that scoping plan set forth a number of actions to reduce carbon pollution in transportation, in fixed sources of pollution like refineries and manufacturing plants, in buildings. But it didn't say anything about nature. We know that nature, when it's healthy, is a sink for carbon. We all learn in elementary school, our plants, our trees, our soils absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. But that early climate action really didn't consider the role of California's landscapes and waterways in either absorbing carbon or releasing carbon. It wasn't until 2022, 15 years later, that the scoping plan just a couple of years ago, for the first time, integrated in a quantitative way nature and our lands. So the scoping plan essentially is you could break it down to a big, long equation around how we will achieve our targets. And fast forward from 2007, there is now a legally required mandate to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. Tall order, fourth largest economy in the world. We still generate a whole lot of carbon emissions, but that ultimately is our North Star, is to achieve carbon neutrality or net zero. The scoping plan of 2022 made progress in a couple of areas, and I mentioned, I think, that the scoping plan is updated every 5 years. So one, it identified the amount of pollution that could be reduced from the state's regulations and investments in all of these areas like buildings and energy and transportation. And it found that a significant amount, upwards of a third of our pathway to meet that goal, needs to be sequestration, the capture and removal of carbon. So that, number one, put a bright light on the importance of restoring the health of our landscapes, our waterways, our wetlands, because the 2022 scoping plan also identified that our lands, our entire 104 million acres in California, are right now a source of emissions, not a sink, and a pretty significant source of emissions when you consider catastrophic wildfire in the last decade. So the 2022 plan, or the 2022 scoping plan, one, identified the importance of sequestration, and I should mention not only nature-based sequestration, but engineered sequestration as well. And the Delta is relevant for that opportunity given its geological formations under the Delta. Glad to unpack that. But one takeaway of the 2022 scoping plan was the need for nature-based sequestration and engineered sequestration. The other was modeling that the Air Resources Board led that really identified just the scale of work that we needed to do to arrest the growth of emissions from our lands, not even achieving ultimately an aggregate sink of our lands, but just to move the curve down. So that was the 2022 scoping plan. The one variable in that long equation toward carbon neutrality was a 4% reduction in source emissions from our lands and waters by 2045, which, if you ask a layperson like me, feels pretty modest. But it also reflects just the modeling, the business as usual modeling that ARB had done that demonstrated that sources would intensify, carbon emissions would intensify off our lands in a business as usual scenario. So building off that 2022 scoping plan, our legislature also established a law that required our agency to set nature-based solution targets, specific science-based targets regarding land use practices or changes to reduce emissions off our lands. We impaneled a scientific advisory committee that ultimately guided our agency to adopt 81 specific land-based targets. For example, the number of acres of land that you are managing vegetation and restoring prescribed fire to reduce catastrophic wildfire risk. The number of acres of land that you're actually bringing organic content into the soil to increase carbon capture of the soil. So it's a remarkably ambitious set of nature-based solution targets that, still feels a little compartmentalized within our government. When we talk about nature-based solution targets, a lot of people, including a lot of other agencies, don't know what we mean. So when I talk about nature-based solution targets to non-scientists, which is not this group, but others, I basically talk about schoolyard greening, getting more trees on our streets, getting more compost in our soils, not only to retain carbon, but to retain water and help it be more productive. Restoring seasonal floodplains that protect downriver communities from flood risk and restore habitat for fish and wildlife, and, oh, by the way, also, store carbon. I talk about restoring wetlands. As you know better than me, wetlands are remarkably productive carbon sink, and the Delta is the most productive of all. But we know that the oxidation of peatlands in the Delta is generating significant emissions. And if there's any region in the state that can really benefit from nature-based solutions, it's the Delta. Campbell Ingram, who is speaking on the panel, has educated me a lot about the opportunities in the Delta. So the scoping plan lifts up the importance of nature-based sequestration. We have these nature-based solution targets. I'm working to spend my time building awareness and engagement and ownership in these targets across our government. Hence this summit that we did in January, which was really trying to just help more people understand that a lot of the work they do actually contributes to nature-based solutions, and really trying to help integrate nature-based solutions across our government. I mean, we are a large government in a large state, and we have a state budget well over $200 billion. I think possibly over $300 billion at this point. While there is needed funding for specific new work, one of my goals is to integrate nature-based solutions into all of the infrastructure and all of the work that we do as it is. But I will say that much is still not known about the productivity of these different solutions. So we have a strong carbon market in California through our cap and invest system and our low carbon fuel standard system. And that's really powerful because it's creating economic incentives to reduce pollution, but then also invest in new technologies through the crediting system. And so it's important for us to understand better how we can quantify the amount of sequestered carbon in different landscapes at different times, including wetlands. Really important to understand that, because we can unlock those carbon markets to help fund more of these sequestration projects, but the science on carbon sequestration in natural landscapes is not as precise as measuring emissions out of a smokestack. And so the sort of the regulatory construct that exists within our state, within the carbon market, is more well suited for more direct forms of pollution and not sequestration. So we need help there. We have invested significantly in nature-based solutions across the state, and I'm really proud of that. Almost $10 billion, depending on how you define this. And this has funded projects led by our Delta Conservancy to re-water parts of the Delta where it makes sense to actually get water back and to arrest that subsidence and arrest that oxidation. Multiple benefits from those projects. And so we're really excited about that. And we have more funding. The climate bond that passed less than 2 years ago from California voters drives us or directs us to spend more on these nature-based solutions. So we're really, really excited about that. And I just want to point out, as Campbell will no doubt identify, that our Delta Conservancy's nature-based solutions wetland restoration program, we've got $36 million that's been invested to stop the subsidence and the emissions. I'll also mention something that's sort of a little bit of a Venn diagram of overlap, and it's just worth noting the context, is our 30 by 30 initiative, which is another state law for us to conserve, protect 30% of our lands and our coastal waters by 2030. This is based actually on the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, and many of their conclusions in the early 2020s that identify that land use changes and protection of nature is one of the most important short to mid-term actions we can take to stabilize our atmosphere. Yes, it's about pollution reduction and new technologies and renewable energy building efficiencies, but it's about restoring the health of our landscapes, and a key part of that is protecting intact landscapes. So Governor Newsom looked at that global finding among scientists, and there was starting to be a movement to protect about a third of the earth by 2030. He stepped up through an executive order and said, we're going to do that in California ourselves, according to really strong criteria around what it means to be protected, the so-called GAP 1 and GAP 2 classifications within certain land protection criteria. We were at about 22% of protected lands in California. So achieving 30% of protected lands in California means conserving, protecting about over 8 million acres of additional lands in California this decade. If you identify the amount of protected state waters, which is our beaches out 3 miles, about 16% of our state waters are protected through our Marine Protected Area Network. So setting 30 by 30 as a target requires doubling protections in our state waters. And the legislature the following year took that executive order and turned it into a state law. So we're really excited that that is a durable program moving forward. And then I'll share that the United Nations Treaty on Biodiversity, called the Convention on Biodiversity, the next year in 2022 established 30 by 30 as a global commitment, not country by country, but countries work together, across the aggregate to conserve 30%. Notably, the United States, one of only very limited number of countries that didn't sign and ratify that convention. But California is leading the way. So 30 by 30 does include conservation of wetlands as part of that. So there's the conservation, big conservation thrust through 30 by 30. There's the nature-based solutions work that we do. And then there's a lot of work to restore the environment, including restoring our salmon populations and aquatic habitat and conditions in the Delta, which is a whole other topic we could talk about, but that's maybe another circle of the Venn diagram, which is we have major work to do to restore populations of fish and wildlife in our river systems. What helped us build our state into the 4th largest economy in the world has had major impacts on our water systems. And the State Water Board right now is updating its standards in the Sacramento River system, the San Joaquin River system, through the Delta to protect beneficial uses. One of the major areas of focus being environmental restoration and conditions for fish and wildlife. So all of this leads us to have a lot of enthusiasm for driving nature-based solutions forward. And I think that the Delta can really be a global model, if it's not already, for the potential for nature-based solutions. Just because of the carbon that is sequestered in these peatlands or in this organic content underground, unfortunately, that's oxidizing and compounding our challenges. I'll do something I probably shouldn't do in a room of scientists and throw out a figure that I'm not entirely sure about, but Campbell can correct me if I'm wrong, but upwards of a quarter of agricultural emissions in the state come from the Delta region. At least I've been told that because of the oxidation of the organic content in the soils, the nature of the subsurface, the substrate. Be glad to get into engineered sequestration at any point if that's helpful as well. The state is creating a durable pathway to enable engineered sequestration under certain conditions. And the companies that are working to advance engineered sequestration are focused on two areas of the state based on the geology. The southern San Joaquin Valley, where a lot of oil and gas extraction exists, because those areas have geological formations that are considered really appropriate for the permanent storage of carbon, and the Delta. And you already know that in the Delta there's gas storage, et cetera. So as I understand it, there's certain geological subsurface conditions that could be helpful for that as well. Lots of different perspectives on whether that's appropriate, how safe it is, et cetera, but glad to unpack that as well. So hopefully this gives you a little context from where I sit. I'm really enthusiastic that you're curious and enthusiastic as the ISB about nature-based solutions, and I'm hopeful that we can help you all shape what could be a scientific agenda to advance NBS in this region.
Well, thank you, Secretary Kofer. That was a wonderful oversight, and certainly will, through the scoping process, hopefully produce something that will really get to some of the points you made. I know we're very short on time, so I would just ask the ISB, if you're going to ask a question, please keep it brief. And perhaps we could go to our members online that were trapped by weather on the East Coast. Edmund, are there any questions from our online members that are stranded?
I don't see any raised hands from our online members.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions from Diana?
Thank you very much for your comments. As you may be aware, our group did a study on subsidence and subsidence reversal and had a very valuable workshop. One topic that came up was the challenges of permitting and the timelines associated with permitting and all those hoops which were a barrier to farmers. So is that part of the solution might be streamlining permitting?
Absolutely. So first of all, I agree with the farmers you heard from in the problem statement, which is we've made it too hard to get things done in California, particularly good things. We have driven over the last several years an initiative in our agency called Cutting the Green Tape. Believe it or not, it's really quite, historically it's been really laborious and expensive to actually get environmental restoration projects permitted and completed. Up to a third of the cost of a project could be some of the environmental permitting and planning and permitting. And these are for purely environmentally beneficial projects. California will never sacrifice our environmental oversight and will maintain the strongest environmental standards, but it doesn't mean that we can't help the process simplify, coordinate, and move faster. So that is very much of an area of focus. And I'll just say for, in your work or with the Delta Stewardship Council or with the Conservancy, if you have specific problems that are identified or pinch points or suggestions, we want to understand those because we are really passionate about making it faster and cheaper to get good things done.
Thank you.
I know we're very short of time. One just very quick question. You mentioned the cap and invest, and even though California is putting a huge amount of money into your NBS and dealing with the climate issues, I think there's also an interest. It's never enough money. And I just wondered if you could talk about any other concepts which we are beginning to pursue for this sort of win-win-win solutions with multiple funding partnerships that could make that money go even further and allow acceleration of NBS.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. You have hit the nail on the head with one of our key institutional barriers to getting these projects done is silos. We have regulatory silos, but we also have funding silos. So typically, and this is how large governments, work in my experience, division of labor. So you have programs that are focused on reducing and sequestering carbon. Totally separate programs that are focused on fish recovery. Totally separate programs that are focused on land repurposing from farming that is not possible anymore. And the challenge historically has been if you're trying to do something big, like in the Delta, for example, where you're working with farming counties for these multiple benefits, it's hard to access multiple colors of money or multiple programs. We are working to make that easier. And so, for example, the climate bond funding, we last year through the budget process actually got statutory language that allows for different funding programs to merge funding to actually get multiple benefit projects done, but it's a work in progress. I'll say that there's not enough money for all of what we need to do, so we need to optimize our investments, and we need projects that are multiple benefit. And the beauty of these nature-based solutions is their multiple benefit. And so we just have to be able to capture those benefits and make the case to integrate funding streams. So that's very much, we understand the historic limitation, and we're working toward that. I would say, and it'd be interesting to hear Campbell and Steve and others on the panel, what recommendations they have for we've got to do big landscape level stuff. So we can't think in like dozens of acres or even hundreds of acres. We have to think in thousands of acres. Lookout Slough, which was the largest tidal restoration project in the state's history that's now operational in the Delta, was just that idea of like getting out of thinking small and thinking big. But in order to think big, we really have to figure out how to bring multiple sources of funding into these projects to get them done.
Great. Well, thank you. That was very good. And I think we're just about out of time. There were no questions from the other ISB members?
Yeah, no questions online.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Secretary.
I would just make one final, I don't know if it's a pitch, but it's certainly an invitation. Coming out of this Nature-Based Solutions Summit, we're doing 8 different summits specifically focused on different types of landscapes, right? Nature-based solutions look very different in the desert than they do in the mountain forest than they do in wetlands. So we have, as I said, 8 summits, landscape-specific summits happening this year. One of which is Agriculture Farmland Summit that's happening on July 1st. There's another one this summer focused on inland wetlands, and then another focused on coastal. The Delta is a little bit of kind of spans those different landscapes. So I'm hoping that that we make sure that you all are invited to participate as much as you want to.
Well, thank you. I'm sure the ISB will be very interested in attending, making sure we have those covered. And of course, our mission is it's the Delta, but the watershed has such a big impact on what's happening in the Delta, and we do try and connect those. Yeah. But I'd just like to thank you so much for giving that wonderful overview to kick off this series of panels. It's been very insightful and inspiring at the same time. So
well, and I'll take the last word if I can. Just a huge thanks for the ISB as scientists. I mean, what you bring is global expertise, and few less people know about the scientific horsepower through your expertise that we have focused on the Delta than need to. So I just really appreciate the contributions you make. I know it's amidst other work and other priorities that you do, and I just want to thank you on behalf of the state of California.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. So with that, we'll now go to the second part. So if the panelists would like to come forward and perhaps turn around the name tag so the cameras pick it up. And in putting together this panel, we've asked the panelists to basically answer 3 simple questions. First of all, what's your organization's role with nature-based solutions. What are some of the major initiatives which you have underway at the moment? And thirdly, what are the key challenges that you face? You're all leading different programs, and what would help you by having perhaps a more comprehensive science background to help the decisions that you have to make, which for most of you is very, very much in the public limelight. So what we're going to do is I'll give a very brief introduction, either with our online materials or for those in the room. The brief bios of each of the speakers is there. I'll just highlight very quickly, our first speaker is going to be Dr. Tony Mata, who's the Director for the Office of Agricultural Resiliency and Sustainability with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Amongst many other things, she was a AAAS Fellow. She has a long history of research in this area, so I think the state's very fortunate to have you in this new position. Our second speaker will be Nick Matarana, Assistant Deputy Director within the Division of Water Quality for the State Water Resources Control Board. He's been there for over 19 years, and I should say all of these speakers also are very deeply steeped in university relationships, university research, and how that is implemented with the decisions and the work of their agency. The third speaker epitomizes that. He is the manager for the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, which I assume is a fairly new entity within the state, within the California Department of Water Resources. And for many of us, we know his research very well in flood management, river restoration, and your role in American rivers over a very long period. And then the wrap-up speaker will be Campbell Ingram, who will focus more on the Delta issues itself. The first three speakers will talk perhaps more generally about what's going on in California. Campbell is the Executive Officer of the Sacramento and San Joaquin Delta Conservancy. You've spoken to the ISB many times. You're well known to us, and of course the work you do building the partnerships to get things done on the ground, I think, is a wonderful example of how you can efficiently get projects put in place. So we're going to first turn to Dr. Mata, and it's also worth, I think, in the Secretary Crowfoot's summit earlier this year, one of the things that came out very clearly in that is that the Department of Food and Agriculture made it clear that farming really has, and agriculture has a very big role to play. A lot of great things are going on, but many of the other agencies and other researchers weren't fully aware of what's happening. So I thought it was a very positive message. And so as that, with an introduction, we'll turn to Tony to kick us off.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thanks to the panel for the invitation, but also to the panel staff who did excellent preparation. I really appreciate that. It makes it all easier. I'll start by saying you gave me a brief introduction, and I'm an ecologist by training, but I actually don't personally have a ton of research background in the Delta. However, before I came to CDFA, I worked at the Department of Water Resources, and I learned quite a bit about the Delta, and I was blown away. I felt like all Californians should know more, that it's really, quite fundamental to our whole water system, and so I really got enlightened there and very interested, so I'm glad to be here. I have a clicker. That's right. I thought Secretary Crowfoot actually set me up really well in several respects, and I'll do a little scene setting here. First, just to talk about the kind of two major land types we're looking at the Department of Food and Agriculture. Obviously, we have croplands. They cover about 9.5 million acres, or 9% of the state. That includes what you're thinking of the annual and perennial crops, and around here we have a majority of perennial crops, a lot of tree nut crops, but also fallow land and irrigated pasture. So it's a big part of our land area. But agriculture also touches grasslands. Grasslands make up about 9.7 million acres of the state, about 9% of the land coverage. That is defined as land covered by grasses and herbaceous vegetation with tree and shrub cover of about less than 10%. So overall, if you're doing the math, we're talking about 18%-ish of the state touched by agriculture. So we do have enormous potential to play a role here. One thing that Secretary Crowfoot alluded to that I think is true is that there have been lots of efforts going on even prior to the discussion about nature-based solutions that are really relevant to the nature-based solutions conversation. The first is that the California State Board of Food and Agriculture, which is made up of a diverse set of stakeholders, created Ag Vision, a 10-year plan or strategy for ag in the state. And Ag Vision set out one strategic priority to foster climate-smart and resilient systems and a regenerative food system. And they identified 3 ways to do that. The first was to increase climate-smart practices on our ag lands. So cover cropping, hedgerows, compost application, but also thinking about our dairies and our livestock, methane reduction, both in manure and enteric methane, a comprehensive strategy to reduce our emissions from agriculture. They also talked about, and I think you touched about this, Dr. Goodwin, in your last question, about creating markets or creating environmental markets to help find additional ways to fund these projects. We have way more demand than what the state can fund at this point consistently. We just closed a solicitation for one of our grant programs. It was 600% oversubscribed, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of demand for some of these programs. And the third part is to promote the circular economy, to make sure that we are not wasting. We're actually really good at this in California already. We do a great job of recycling our ag waste into our livestock systems, but we could do an even better job of, for example, recycling some of our municipal waste into our ag systems too, to make sure we're waste not, want not. Just this April, CDFA released the Climate Resilience Strategy for California Agriculture. This was a huge accounting of all of the agricultural programming across the entire state. There are little bits of agriculture in CARB, in CNRA, obviously at CDFA, water boards, everything. We all kind of touch on agriculture because it crosses the entire landscape in the state. This strategy is centered around 3 pillars. The first is to support a thriving and resilient food sector. The second is to protect natural systems that are critical to agriculture, that play a role in supporting agriculture. And the third is to make sure that we're encouraging resilient practices. And I'll get into that deeper because that's a lot of what my program does. The main goals there are to improve the bottom line for farmers. If we cannot find a way to make this work for them economically, it will not work. So we need to find a way to make sure that they're able to be profitable while helping us achieve some of these goals for climate sustainability in the state. The second is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and I'll go really deep into that because that's how a lot of the conversation around nature-based solutions has been structured in the state. The third is to support general economic development, and the fourth is to make sure that we're providing environmental and health benefits through our agriculture. And undergirding all of this is equity principles. We need to make sure that we're doing this in an equitable way, not only for the farmers, which are of all different sizes in this state, but also for the communities that surround them. I get to be the first one to get, I was wondering if other people were going to have this slide, so I get to be the first one to kind of show you the inventory, which Secretary Crowfoot alluded to. This shows you the sources of carbon emissions in the state of California from the 2023 greenhouse gas inventory. This work is done by the California Air Resources Board, or CARB. You can see the major contributors, transportation, electricity, and industrial sources. But if you look at that gray part, that is agriculture. We're just around 8.1%. A little over 2/3 of that is livestock methane emissions, and that's split between about half and half between enteric and manure methane. And then the remaining piece is primarily emissions from croplands. But soil, in addition to having the potential to lose carbon, it also has the potential to store carbon. This is data on carbon storage in the state of California across all landscapes. If you look, the outer ring shows the total sequester, or the total piece of the pie, and then inner rings show the different landscapes. And it's a little hard to see on the slide up here, but the solid inner ring shows the amount that can be stored in soil, and the hatched ring shows the amount that can be stored in biomass. So for both grasslands and croplands, you can see that soil holds enormous potential for carbon storage, more so than the biomass itself. And so that's really where we have been focusing our programs, is on enhancing that carbon storage in soil. Just the most brief primer on soil health, and I have excellent expert staff if you want to dig deeper into this, but soil health has 4 main principles. The first is to minimize disturbance. Second is to maximize biodiversity, and CDFA actually released a really interesting report on soil biodiversity, below ground biodiversity, about 2 years ago. The third is to maximize soil cover, so cover crops are a big part of that. And the fourth is to maximize those living roots in the soil. There are multiple benefits to soil health aside from carbon storage. It enhances nutrient cycling, which can reduce inputs. Things like that have become so critical right now when farmers are dealing with really sky-high input prices because of what's going on geopolitically. The second is to enhance nutrient cycling, or sorry, the next one is to increase water retention and reduce irrigation, so holding more water in that soil and having it available throughout the drier periods. And the third is to enhance that infiltration and recharge groundwater. There are lots of names of bills in this work, and AB 1757 is one of those bills. It was enacted in 2022, and it set targets for nature-based solutions in different landscapes. The one most relevant to us are healthy soils practices, and it set targets for 2030, 2038, and 2045 for new acres of soil health practices, so additional to what we already have. So 140,000 new acres by 2030, and then after that 190,000, and then after that an additional 190,000. So very ambitious targets, especially relative to the funding we've had to input into these programs. There were also targets set for land conservation. I won't speak too much about that. That's a program that lives within the Department of Conservation, but that's the idea of making sure that we are not losing farmland and opportunities to store carbon in farmland. And lastly, there are targets set for converting conventional to organic systems with a goal of 10% by 2030, an additional 15% by 2038, and an additional 20% by 2045. These are very ambitious targets. Our major program to support nature-based solutions for improving resilience and sequestering carbon through agriculture is the Healthy Soils Program. This is a block grant format program that supports regional goals identified by communities, and I think what's really great about this is we have to sequester carbon. That's one of our kind of baseline goals that we set for all grantees. That comes from a history of getting funding for this program from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. But by putting it in a block grant format, we're allowing those regional actors and communities to identify their own additional goals that overlay that program and can achieve some additional benefits or co-benefits. These block grantees give sub-awards to farmers to incentivize practices that enhance carbon storage, and it de-risks it for them. It gives them a chance to try new things without taking a huge financial risk themselves. We can't and don't fund these projects indefinitely, so this is really an opportunity for them to see if this can make sense on their landscape and be financially feasible for them to continue going forward. And one way we try to make it work or improve the risk calculation is to provide technical assistance. So the block grantees make sure that farmers have access to technical assistance that makes those projects successful and can help with practice continuation. We've awarded $205 million to date to on-farm projects, about 2,400 projects, sequestered 1.6 million metric tons of carbon. We have about a 71% practice persistence and about a 36% commitment to expanding practices beyond the grants. Just an example of some of the practices that we do fund. We fund compost application, and I think earlier you'll remember I mentioned manure as a major source of emissions in the state. Compost application through Healthy Soils can be part of the solution by transferring the manure over, processing it, making it compost, and adding it to our working lands. Cover cropping, reduced tillage, mulching, range planting. There are 28 total practices that can be funded through these projects. And they're all backed up by greenhouse gas quantification methods that we work on in collaboration with CARB so that we can quantify the benefits and be transparent with the public about how money is being spent. Most relevant to this group is a new practice that we're funding for the first time this year, resaturating delta peat soils through rice cultivation. The definition of this practice is to convert annual cropland or pasture land to rice cultivation. Croplands that are on highly organic or highly mineral organic soils are eligible for this practice in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And we're trying to do all the things that Wade was talking about: reduce oxidation and degradation of the organic matter, store carbon, provide wildlife habitat, et cetera. We first had this practice proposed to us in 2020, and then our science staff collaborated with CARB to create a practice standard and to create a quantification methodology around this practice. We had it briefly in our demonstration grant program to collect more data and refine that methodology. And this year is the first year that we'll be funding the practice as a full incentive practice. So it'll be a one-year investment at $800 an acre to help producers make that transition into rice production. I was asked to think about what I could find useful from the science board. And for me right now, we're really using these greenhouse gas quantification methodologies to drive our funding decisions. That's been the main way of prioritizing our funding. And I think we're missing a lot by just doing that, and that was being alluded to in the previous conversation. If we could have a more holistic co-benefit calculation for some of these practices, I think we could really optimize our sustainability goals as a state and find goals that resonate with everybody. For example, I was out on a ranch on Wednesday, and they were talking about how their healthy soils practices help with water retention, and their stream became perennial. Their stream that would dry up every year became perennial. It was a nice co-benefit story, something that we don't really account for when we're, doing our little calculations about carbon, but I think being able to talk about benefits like that can really resonate with a broader audience of producers. So if I had a wish, it would be to have the science board think about some of those like high value benefits for that to be able to quantify. And yeah, that's all I have for you.
That's great, Tony. Thanks very much for such a concise and clear presentation. We're going to hold questions and go through the 4 panelists first of all. And Nick, you're next up.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today on today's panel and give the water board perspective. As mentioned, my name is Nick Martirano. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director at the Division of Water Quality, and I oversee all of our surface water regulatory work. So thinking about stormwater, wetlands, dredge and fill, our standard setting processes, that's all under my purview. I'll give a brief overview of the water board's role and how we engage with nature-based solutions and sort of the key programs where they intersect. I kind of want to underscore that the water boards don't implement nature-based solutions. However, we do provide the regulatory mechanisms and the permit conditions that require mitigation and restoration as a condition of our permitting. Briefly just set the stage on how the water boards work. There's the State Water Resource Control Board here up in Sacramento, and then there are 9 semi-autonomous regional water boards throughout the state that are divvied up by basin. And we work at the intersection of water quality, water supply, ecosystem health, and climate resilience, which makes nature-based solutions directly relevant to our everyday work. Our 9 regional boards are particularly important in this context because they work directly with our local watersheds, our communities, the landowners on the ground, and are actively working with project proponents and have individual authority and permitting authority within their individual basins, including the Delta. Our work is guided by state and federal law. We regulate the Port of Cologne, and the Clean Water Act allow us to regulate waste of activities that can impact our waters, including forest harvesting, dredge and fill activities, nutrient discharges, to name a few. We also fund and oversee restoration and resilience projects that support climate adaptation and ecosystem recovery. We also provide streamlined permitting pathways for restoration and multi-benefit infrastructure projects, which we'll get more into. These give us our authority and responsibility to advance nature-based solutions as part of our mission to protect water quality in California. It's worth noting that streamlined permitting for restoration projects is particularly important, as mentioned by Secretary Crowfoot. One of the most common barriers that we hear to implementing these solutions is the time and complexity required and the monetary cost to get through the regulatory review process. As I mentioned, the solutions align with a lot of our program areas. Each of these areas play a role in setting our standards and reviewing projects and providing funding and supporting monitoring adaptive management. This alignment reflects the fact that protecting water quality and managing water sustainably often requires working with natural systems rather than against them. Here are a few programs that I'm going to walk through today at a high level where they have the kind of hierarchy of overlap between nature-based solutions and our programming. So as Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, wetland restoration and protection is one of our key priorities at the Water Board. We are guided by a clear goal, no net loss and net gain. And this will help us increase the quality, the quantity, and the permanence of wetlands in California. We've heard a lot that we've lost 95% of our wetlands. So we're doing everything we can to maintain the 5% and then enhance and increase that. There are two key initiatives I want to highlight here. We continue to support the Gutting Green Tape Initiative. We have created tools like the statewide restoration general order and the small habitat restoration permit, which streamline the ability to get coverage for these type of activities that have a net environmental benefit. They reduce permitting costs and then have, in some cases, CEQA exemptions or streamline permitting pathways. We're also increasing our partnership with CDFW to better coordinate our watershed protection and restoration efforts across the agencies through this effort. We also have Sigma, which was adopted in 2014 to develop and implement groundwater sustainability plans and to avoid subsidence and mitigate overdraft. From a nature-based solutions perspective, Sigma is relevant because groundwater recharge through natural and nature-compatible landscapes such as floodplains, recharge basins, and managed wetlands is increasingly recognized as an important tool for achieving sustainable groundwater management goals. As my panelist just mentioned, the irrigated agriculture program is a very important aspect of this work. At the water boards, we're designed to protect surface water and groundwater quality while supporting the productive and sustainable agricultural economy. Two key initiatives worth noting is the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program just conducted its second statewide agricultural expert panel, which is developing updated recommendations for managing agricultural water quality. Second, we are engaged in regulatory alignment study with the Department of Food and Agriculture and Cal EPA to improve coordination across our agencies. Agriculture, as we just heard, is highly relevant to nature-based solutions in the Delta context, particularly around nutrient management, drainage treatment wetlands, and on-farm water quality practices that can reduce pollutant loading to the Delta waterways. The Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan is one of our most significant planning and regulatory tools in the Delta. The plan establishes our water quality control measures and flow requirements designed to provide reasonable protection of beneficial uses in the Sacramento and San Joaquin watersheds. Critically for this discussion, the Bay Delta Plan establishes the key objectives and policies for nature-based solutions, and they have to be consistent with. They cannot be simply designed for habitat or resilience in isolation. They must align with our water quality objectives and beneficial use protections established in the plan. Two key initiatives underway is we are working on revisions to the Delta Plan, which we hope to have across the board later this year. We're also actively engaged in voluntary agreements, which are a collaborative approach to addressing flow and habitat needs in the Delta that may provide opportunities for nature-based solutions at scale. Funding is obviously a huge barrier to many of our projects. And it's critical for nature-based solutions, and the water boards administer several granting programs, but one of key importance is our non-point source grant program. We actively support projects that reduce and mitigate the effects of non-point source pollution, and eligible projects include ones that leverage nature-based solutions like stream restoration to address erosion and sedimentation. One of our newer programs is our forestry management program, and we work to prevent and manage non-point solutions from forest-related activities across our forested regions. The main concerns are sediment and stream warming caused by activities such as timber harvest, fuels treatment, road maintenance work, grazing, and post-fire operations. While these activities can harm fish habitat, drinking water supplies, riparian areas, and overall health, if they're well designed, and combined with restoration projects, they can actually improve conditions by fixing legacy roads, reducing wildfire risk, and restoring fish passage. We've seen this most evident in the North Coast region, in the Klamath watershed, where we removed 4 key dams and are actively implementing restoration like beaver dam analogs and to seeing great impacts and improvements. Forest health and watershed resilience are directly connected to the Delta water quality through upstream hydrology, sediment delivery, temperature, and the risk of post-fire runoff events that can drastically increase pollutant loading. Stormwater, we have a robust stormwater permitting program which focuses mainly in our urban areas. However, it does focus highly on our capture and use of both flood protection and water supply strategy. We do focus on key initiatives around green infrastructure and post-construction best management practices. Those are designed to slow, store, infiltrate, and reuse runoff. We also are working to quantifying urban stormwater capture potential to inform planning and priority setting, and regional capture initiatives which indirectly impact downstream sources like the Delta. So possible areas of research where the Delta ISB could really provide help in this work. We have a continued need for a better automated technology systems for identifying wetland location and condition. The whole no net loss is a difficult idea to get our heads around if we can't actively determine where wetlands exist and where they're being impacted by projects. So we need better remote sensing and monitoring tools to help us track where wetlands extend and the quality of those waters. Second, and one that I heard quite often at a recent Cutting Retate Summit with CDFW, was the effectiveness of the restoration activities that are being done. Funding is limited, so when we have the restoration activities, we get them through the permitting process and they're implemented. There's no money left to explore effectiveness monitoring. So what's working and what's not. There's this idea of risk associated with a lot of our regions and folks at CFW, where there's some barriers of like, do we push this through with the assumed environmental benefit, and this idea of like, is it going to fail? But we don't know what's working and what's not. And I think we'd be a lot more effective and move things quicker if we had some post-restoration monitoring to help support that. Third, the second statewide agricultural panel identified several specific research needs relevant to the Delta, including the impact of pesticides, chemical and toxicity sampling on ambient samples, and studies on the synergistic effects of combinations of different pollutants that would help them do their work more effectively and install better BMPs on the agricultural lands. Some additional science needs I wanted to highlight. Just in general, I mentioned it with restoration, but BMP effectiveness, both structural and non-structural, is really difficult to measure and to get funding for. So if anything we can have to better inform what's working where and when, that helps others kind of implement and design their projects accordingly. Second, research to identify and mitigate invasive species. We've heard a lot about the golden mussels recently, and the impact of invasive species on the nutrient cycles is increasingly urgent in the Delta. And another topic that's really elevated itself at the water boards and other areas is the harmful algal blooms. We need to know more about what's driving them and what are effective nature-based solutions that are good at mitigating when the HABs are occurring, and to ultimately prevent them from occurring across waterbury types and across different causal factors. And that was a lot quickly, but I felt we were behind time, so thank you for the opportunity.
Perfect timing, Nick. Thank you. A lot to describe. So, Steve, you're next up.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to talk with you all, and for your interest in considering engaging in the nature-based solutions topic. And I need to confess that I came here with a mission, which is to, with my colleagues here and the other panels, persuade you to get engaged and contribute what Secretary Crowfoot said is the world-class assemblage of scientific expertise and clear thinking. So I'm really hoping that you will at some point along the way get engaged and provide us the help that we need to advance the nature-based solutions and multi-benefit projects. And so I use those as Secretary Crowfoot does, those terms, nature-based solutions and multi-benefit projects as the same term generally. So I'll go back and forth there. And so I think it's important for the ISB to engage for 3 reasons. One is that, as we've heard touched on, the landscapes that we have can no longer be single-purpose landscapes. We need our landscapes to the extent possible to be serving multiple purposes, multiple benefits wherever possible. So the agricultural lands need to provide food for people as well as food for fish and wildlife. Our flood system needs to protect communities and also create and protect habitat. And the restored habitat needs to not only support the threatened species, but also sequester carbon, just as examples. And so I think it's a fundamental planning principle that we incorporate at the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. And I'm very encouraged by all the interest and all the work that's been going on over the last few years toward that goal. And I would say that DWR, the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, we're about 80, 85 people within DWR, and we are the lead part of the department implementing multi-benefit initiatives in collaboration with other parts of the department and folks here at this panel and many others. And the second reason I think you folks need to get involved and contribute is that now is a really good time. And a really important time. We have, over the past few years, been able to complete several large-scale projects on the order of 3,000 acres in the Delta and outside the Delta. And the policy framework that Governor Newsom and Secretary Crowfoot have created is as good as one can imagine to support nature-based projects and multi-benefit projects. But climate change is accelerating faster than we are able to increase the pace and scale of the work that we're doing. And so we need all the help we can get to ensure that every dollar an acre that is committed to projects will deliver the maximum benefits for the state of California as we fight to be resilient in climate change conditions. And third, I'll talk a little bit more about this later. I think I think you could say that the state of California will, in the very near future, embark on what could be described as one of the most ambitious and biggest experiment in water resources management that the state has ever done. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. So within DWR and my Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, we have several authorities through law and water code and policy that support and enable us to implement nature-based and multi-benefit projects. Those programs you're seeing there in that list are within my Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives, and we work with other programs in the department in ways that I'll touch on in a moment. As well as partners like the Delta Conservancy and Delta Stewardship Council and Flood Board and reclamation districts and NGOs and universities and all of that. So the third reason that I think it's really important relates to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program that Nick touched on just a moment ago as what we're hoping will be adopted by the board by the end of the year as an alternative to the traditional approach that the board takes to managing water resources in the state, which is to regulate diverters and water rights holders. And the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is is a paired program of flow actions, increased flow actions, and habitat restoration actions, based on the hypothesis that we can recover and improve and meet water quality objectives more effectively with the pairing of habitat restoration and increased flows than we can just with flow regulation, which the board has traditionally focused solely on. And so the program has the goals of doubling the historic salmon population based on some period back in the late 1900s, as we could say now, and also creating the conditions necessary for native fish to have viable populations. So those two goals are driving the habitat, or the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And the board, over the course of the 8-year term, should it be adopted, every year the board has an opportunity to review the progress that year by the HRL program and decide whether it should go forth as it has, whether it should be modified in some ways. This is sort of the green, yellow, red light kind of concept. Or if it's a red light condition, it's halted and the board would go back to its traditional regulation of water rights for the watershed. And so this would be, based on, the federal constitution and the state constitution, water rights holders would have to be given their due process before their water rights are modified. And that would essentially mean a virtual statewide adjudication of water rights. And in my view, my professional experience, that could take decades and could result in essentially decades of inaction on our water resources, improving habitats and flows and water quality and conditions for native fish and wildlife, which is a frightening prospect. And so it's essential that, in my view, that the HRL program succeeds. So not only are we delivering effective flow enhancement measures, but we're also implementing effective habitat measures. And that's one part of it. The other part of it is having the science framework and methodologies to monitor and understand and quantify and then communicate to the board and the rest of the state how effective the program is and how much progress we're making towards the targets that have been established. And so I don't think anything on this scale, of this magnitude, has been tried before, and we're developing within the DWR with many others outside of DWR the scientific program to support that work and support the success of the program. And so I think there's a role that the ISB could play in supporting the development of whatever methodologies and frameworks and questions and communication that would make that a more successful or a successful program. So let's see, that's what I wanted to say about that. And so my division works with bond funds and general funds to develop and implement multi-benefit nature-based projects throughout the Central Valley. Some go outside of the Central Valley, but mostly in the Central Valley. And I just wanted to touch on a few of them and identify a question or two that, and a challenge or two that we've had with implementing those projects, to just give you a flavor of what we're dealing with. And then I have, with the help of a number of folks in my division and outside, a list of 15 or 18 questions that I can provide at a later date that I would like the board to consider incorporating in whatever effort you put into this topic down the road. So the first project is the Lookout Slough Restoration Project. Secretary Crowfoot mentioned this. It's, I think, still the largest wetland restoration project completed in the Delta. It's over 3,400 acres of tidal and floodplain habitat restoration. It was completed, I think, in 2003. So we've had 2 or 3 years of it growing vegetation and functioning, and it seems to be doing well. There are some questions and issues with it, but one of the questions that we have been thinking about that we would appreciate help in trying to answer and sort of develop sort of a system-wide approach to being able to apply it and answer it is how to identify adaptive management triggers and actions at that scale of a project, because we have others that we've already built at that scale and others that we're planning that will be on that scale. And as Secretary Crowfoot said, we need more of these multi-thousand acre projects to really move the needle. And funding was originally a challenge with this project, but we were able to, within the department, tap funds that support the department's goal of reliable water supply, habitat habitat, and then also flood risk reduction. So we blended internally those three types of funding to make that project go, and that was successful. And let's see, I'll stop there with that project and go to the next one, which is the Lower Elkhorn Basin Levee Setback Project, or LEBELS, which is in the Yolo Bypass, not far from Sacramento. If you turn the drone around, you'd be looking right at downtown Sacramento, which is a multi-benefit project that set that levee back that you can see, the fresh levee there, which is 7 miles long. It set the levee back from the vegetated strip there, which is the old levee, about 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, to improve flood risk management and also provide additional floodplain habitat. And the really interesting thing that came out of this project was just the amazing productivity of the floodplain habitat. You can see there the beakers with water taken from the inlet of the floodplain 7 miles up from that corner that we're seeing there, and water taken from the bottom of that 7-mile stretch of floodplain. And you might know Carson Jeffries, who's a fisheries biologist at UC Davis and done a lot of work in the Delta. He said that he was more excited about those 2 beakers than he had been about anything in the Delta in a long time, because it was just so phenomenally productive that he was surprised, even for a person who's seen about everything you can see in this world, in this restoration world. So the question, how do we maximize floodplain productivity within an active flood facility, in an active flood project, is one question that's come out of that. And how to then incorporate that into the original designs to have those benefits delivered from the get-go. We've been doing some modification of the floodplain post-project completion to enhance the habitat value and the productivity, but it would have been great to factor that in more in the beginning. So that's the question with that. The next project is Dutch Slough Restoration Project, which is on the western edge of the Delta near the town of Brentwood and Oakley. And this project has taken 20 years to really get in the ground, if not longer. And this, what you're seeing there, is phase 1 of the 2 phases, and the second phase will go into construction next summer. And so that is giving us a chance to learn from this project about about the design of the channels and the choice that we made to pre-plant a variety of native vegetation in the wetland area and irrigate it for 2 years before opening it up to tidal influence. and determining whether that was the correct strategy and how to employ that further. And we've also learned from this project and the wetland restoration projects that we have done on the Twitchell and Sherman Islands, which are just to the north of this Dutch Slough area that I think Campbell might talk about later, just how phenomenally effective these wetlands are at sequestering carbon. I think they're, Tyler Anthony, the scientist who's working in my department most on carbon sequestration, work says that this is like top 1% of habitat in the world. And it's also one of the best potential carbon credits certainly in California, if not the nation, because at this location and at the other two islands I mentioned a moment ago, Sherman and Twitchell Island, there is some of the best monitoring and verification of the carbon sequestration that exist, and so there would be very valuable commodities if we could get to that point. And so what we've been struggling with over the last couple of years is getting the legal and administrative support to sell those credits for either the voluntary market and ideally the regulatory market, and generate revenue that can then be plowed back into these projects and management of the habitat and ensuring that the fundamental function of this restoration project is maintained over time and in perpetuity, really. So that is that. And then I think there's just one more project I wanted to mention. So this is the Little Egbert Multi-Benefit Project. And what you're looking at is the very bottom of the Yola Bypass, where it rejoins the Sacramento River near the town of Rio Vista. And this is a 3,200 or so acre area that the Department of Water Resources, my division DMI, is working to develop a restoration project there that would convert the marginal agricultural lands that you see on that topographic map into a variety of habitats from subtidal to riparian. And one thing that we're struggling with is just how to incorporate sea level rise and the increase and change of the storm events that are coming out of the Sierra into the project design, given the uncertainty of sea level rise and the flows. So do we aim for what we think it will look like in 2050, 2075, or 2100, or something else? And so figuring out how to do that is a question that we're struggling with that would be helpful to get the support of the ISB to help us answer. And I think from a process standpoint, there's a lot of information coming out right now, data and guidelines and recommendations for climate durable planning. And some of it is relatively accessible, written for the planner or the manager, and other information is pretty heavy, technical, scientific language that is hard to make use of. And so I think there could be some value in the ISB helping to identify or synthesize some of those pieces of work, recommendations, guidelines, and findings into an accessible set of information for the project designers and the project managers and adaptive management decision makers. And like I said, I will forward my 15 plus questions that we've accumulated over the last couple of weeks in preparation for this later, and happy to answer questions when Campbell's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. That would be very, very helpful. And so our final speaker, at his own request, to wrap things up and bring us back to the Delta, is Campbell. So
thank you. I think that actually worked out nicely. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss nature-based solutions in the Delta with you all, and really share the work of a very large partnership for many decades now in progress in the Delta. And thank you to the Independent Science Board for taking on this issue. I think, as previous panel members have mentioned, there's a lot of great work that can be done here, and we really appreciate your interest and willingness to focus on this. Just in the middle. All right. So I know there's some new members, so just quickly, the Delta Conservancy, we are a state agency that serves as a project developer and funder for locally supported projects in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. We were created as part of the Delta Reform Act. At the same time, the Independent Science Board and Delta Stewardship Council were initiated. Excuse me. Just some of the areas that we cover and some of the type of work we do there on the one slide. Since about our inception in 2010, we've put about $100 million on the landscape for about 140 projects, and that's really spans the gamut of improving recreation opportunities, restoration, conservation, climate resilience, nature-based solutions, agricultural sustainability, drought response, invasive species control, and community development throughout the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh. I'll talk a little bit more about the climate bond later, but we have an allocation of $29 million currently in the climate bond that will start to open solicitations later this summer to start to move that funding for additional projects. So I'm going to be a little bit redundant here because I've spoken to the board on numerous occasions about the Delta, but I really see the Delta as two deltas. There's the deeply subsided, highly organic Delta, which is essentially orange and yellow there, and then there's the more mineral soils and higher elevations that you see in green. And Steve's done a wonderful job about talking about the larger tidal restoration projects that have been going on, as well as the work in the Yellow Bypass. We've supported some of that work on the edge as well. But really our focus where we've been most actively engaged has been in the nature-based solutions in the Delta proper, or I'm sorry, the subsided area of the Delta. And again, I know you all have your subsidence paper that's in draft and hopefully coming out soon, but I do want to just set the stage and remind everybody that we're still losing about an inch a year through oxidation processes. That's just, again, the peat soil oxidizing, volatilizing as carbon dioxide directly into the atmosphere. That orange and yellow red area there, is about 150,000 acres, and that land is about 25 feet or more below sea level. That puts out 1.2 million metric tons of CO2 directly into the atmosphere. It's equivalent of about 325,000 vehicles. As Secretary Corfoot mentioned, I think he said 25%, but we're always revising our numbers a bit, but it's about 6% of California's agricultural emissions, but only about 0.5% of agricultural land area. So I often like to think of the Delta as just this little chimney in the middle of the state that's really pumping carbon into the atmosphere about as hard as a pump can work. I think it's also really important to recognize that hole in the ground, aside from once being all being carbon that's volatilized and continues, really represents a significant risk to California's economy. First of all, if we were to lose the Western Delta through seismic activity or even more increased storm activity, the closest source of water to fill that hole would be the bay, bringing salt water in, which would, could prevent us from exporting water to the 27 million people plus who rely on the Delta for water supply or a portion of their water supply, and about 4 million acres of agricultural land. So it could have catastrophic effects on California's economy. Not to mention the agriculture, which is incredibly rich in the Delta, and the communities that are in the Delta themselves. So it really is just a terribly important issue. I wanted to mention that, make sure I didn't get ahead of myself here. The nomenclature is a little challenging. I think you've heard a little bit of it today. We've always referred to this work as subsidence and carbon management in the Delta. The state came out with natural and working lands targets or strategy quite a while ago. And then blue carbon has just recently sort of come in vogue a little bit in the Delta. That's historically been a little more coastal. And then nature-based solutions. So I think nature-based solutions is captures it all quite nicely, but I think it's just, there is some confusion about what nature-based solutions are. I think it's good for you all to be thinking about. I'm just going to go right back to one other slide real quick. I think because of all these issues, and that Secretary Crowfoot mentioned that we now have statewide nature-based solutions targets for California, and the Delta was recognizing those targets. There's a target of re-wetting 50,000 acres of that 150,000 acres by 2045, just again out of recognition of the significance of all these issues. All right, so Secretary Crowfoot also mentioned that we had a $36 million infusion from the Nature-Based Solutions one-time allocation of general fund. And we've put that to work on the landscape for 4 different projects that will result in about 10,000 acres of re-wetted land. So I want to talk a little bit about those, but I also want to mention that one thing, mostly what I'll talk about, and you all are aware of this, is managed wetland and rice cultivation and mosaics on to put water back on the landscape. But there are other opportunities as well. And one of those that's sort of emerging as an opportunity is walking wetlands. And that's just essentially where you would have a certain amount of wetland that would sort of rotate annually or every couple of years through an agricultural landscape. And then also the concept of floating peat. Peat floats. And if you float the peat, it will actually establish tule, and wetland plants will colonize it, and it's actually a pretty elegant way to restore elevations relatively quickly and can be a pretty effective tool in the Delta. So I want to talk a little bit about WebTrack. That's a 5,000 acre island that we funded to do, again, a mosaic of managed wetland and rice cultivation, funding the Metropolitan Water District, who owns that land. It's actually going to go to construction, hopefully in the coming year. And what you see there in the blue is managed wetland, and what you see in the kind of white is rice cultivation. I think it's really important to recognize that agriculture in the Delta is extremely challenged. You have to maintain the levees, which is extremely expensive, but you also have to essentially manage water on the island, which is incredibly expensive. You're below sea level, so to get water deep, to get the water table down deep enough so that you can actually grow a crop, 36 to 40 inches, you're pumping water off these islands continuously. If you stopped that, they would literally fill in and become inland lakes. The Nature Conservancy, Staten Island on the right, pays about $750,000 a year in PG&E costs just to manage the water on that island. So really what we're trying to do here is stop the subsidence, stop the emissions, increase biodiversity, but make these islands economically viable into the future. And it's challenging work, and the numbers seem to be potentially penciling out, but it's hard to say. Just also want to mention that on Staten Island, Nature Conservancy's done an amazing job. That's about a 9,000 acre island. They've taken the lower 2/3, and all the light yellow there will be rice, and then on the right will be managed wetland. We've also worked with the Nature Conservancy to fund a rice conversion program where we provided a block grant to them essentially. They worked with 10 farmers and enrolled about 4,000 acres of rice in 2 years of the program. Of course, you've got Sherman and Twitchell Island, where the Department of Water Resources has now done a little over, just under 3,000 acres of managed wetland restoration on those islands. So we're really starting to have a significant body of work out there that it really helps to demonstrate how do we address subsidence, how do we manage these islands in a way that is helpful. I'm going to go back one more. I'm not following my notes at all. Also wanted to note, we've talked a little bit about the protocol that's been established. There is a California Deltaic protocol established by, or written by Steve Deverell, who may be listening today. As Steve mentioned, Department of Water Resources has gone through the process of validating that project, verifying credits. The Nature Conservancy has gone through the project of validating the project on Staten. DWR is hopefully very close to selling those carbon credits. So again, the idea here is with carbon revenue and rice revenue, you've got enough revenue to be able to maintain the levees, manage the water, and keep these islands sustainable into the future. So we'll talk about funding a little bit more here. So there are other emerging opportunities in the Delta and pretty significant ones. We're working right now on an acquisition of Jersey Island. I'm not sure I have a pointer, do I? Well, anyway. Okay, so this little island right here, it's kind of right at the right below the confluence. It's a pretty important island in that it just kind of where it resides in the Delta. DWR has a very ambitious strategy now for Sherman and Twitchell Islands to basically get as much of those islands underwater as possible. That is a funding dependent effort. And so, yes, we have our Prop 4 funding right now. We have a solicitation out there to continue our rice conversion program, enlisting somebody like TNC to put more funding into that program to convert more rice acreage. We appreciated Tani's description of CDFA's programs, the SWEEP and Healthy Soils. We have provided concept proposals for both of those for block grants, requesting the full $4 million for both. The Healthy Soils money would go into augmenting the funding that we have in Prop 4 to hopefully create more rice cultivation in the Delta. The SWEEP program we're really hoping can help the farmers address the cost of managing the water and the carbon footprint of managing the water. The carbon market contribution approach is really sort of an emerging issue that's really interesting. The large companies that would like to offset their carbon footprint look to the Delta potentially to fund projects like these, use the protocol to quantify the avoided emission, and then be able to consider that against their reduced carbon interests. I do want to say that in Prop 4, particularly for the subsidence work, we got a total of $9 million for subsidence work in the Delta out of a $10 billion climate bond. In my view, that is just a fundamental disconnect between the significance of the Delta and the significance of this issue to California's water supply, as well as the Delta community. And so I think there's a lot of work that we can all do to align the science and the messaging and even working with the legislature to try to restore that understanding of what the Delta needs and try to get more funding for investments. So I always like to put that in all my presentations these days. So now shifting to, emerging opportunities, shifting to science-based needs. I think the first thing I just want to say is you can see that we've done a tremendous amount of work to date. We've got whole island demonstrations that are moving forward. I just want to be careful how we characterize our science needs in the future. My role at this point is to try to generate enough interest in funding implementation and get people focused on the need that we are ready to go. So I think I just want to be careful that we're always cognizant of how we characterize science needs so that a funder doesn't look at something and say, hey, why would we fund a lot of this when we know there are these outstanding scientific questions that need to be answered? Just put that note out there. Monitoring and accounting of long-term benefits, I think, is really critical. A lot of work needs to be done there. There is issues around lateral flux of carbon in the Delta, and that's where water moving through the peat soil is actually dissolving carbon and putting it out into the system. I think that's fairly well understood, but certainly more information could be beneficial there. Social science is critical. I mean, essentially what we're trying to do here is convince dozens and dozens of landowners that this is their best opportunity for viability into the future. I think the progress that you've seen to date is they're recognizing that. They wake up every morning and they see the river is 20 feet above them, And if you've been out to some of these areas, it's quite surreal to see a 5,000 acre island surrounded by water that's 30 feet above that. But nonetheless, helping people understand what their opportunities are, how they can engage, and really incorporating them into some of the discussion about how we move forward is really critically important. I just wanted to, echo what Tani said about quantifying a co-benefit methodology quantification. I think that would be so helpful, and again, in trying to just better characterize to California and the voters and the legislature everything they get for these projects and why they're so critical to realize more funding for. And I just want to mention that we have established now a Delta Carbon team, and that's essentially all of the agencies that are working on this. We come together regularly to talk about how do we increase pace and scale. There is a research sub-team. Many of these ideas here have really come out of that sub-team, and they're it's probably a good resource for you all as you continue to move forward about thinking very critically about what are some of the research needs that they're hoping to address. And with that, I'll thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Well, thank you, Campbell, for that overview. So now we're going to open the floor for questions from the ISB first of all, and if we have time at the end, we'll go to questions either in the audience or online. We have some questions here, but perhaps we'll go first of all to members who are online. And Lisa, I see you've got the first question.
Well, thanks, Peter, for remembering that we're here. And we've been enjoying the meeting, not to worry. So I would like to, these were all very interesting presentations and really appreciate the time people have taken to explain this to us and others. But my question I want to ask is to Steve Rothert. I wanted you to explain a bit more about your question about adaptive management triggers and approaches at scale, because I think that is a really key question. And to Campbell's point, we do know a lot about how to do environmental restoration, but our knowledge is still evolving, particularly on how to maximize benefits. So what are the impediments from your perspective to adapting a large project to increase the benefits? And also, how do you fund adaptive management if it's at that scale?
With great difficulty. Joking aside, I think the challenge that our folks are having with these larger landscapes is just how the different parts of them, whether it's laterally distributed or more towards the subtidal or intertidal, that they're developing differently at different rates and with different vegetation communities and that sort of thing. And so and if we see something that we would like to prevent the continuation of or support more over here, how do we manage within that broader landscape the variation of results and benefits that we're seeing, I think is one aspect of that. And then I think also the treatments that we consider for dealing with non-native vegetation and non-native vegetation and how to use those on a broader landscape and minimize impacts on other parts of the project, either from drift or through transported through the water. I think those are some of the kinds of questions that have come up over the years. But I will have I'll get to a couple of my staff who generated that question and get some more specifics for you and follow up with you or with the board.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a follow-up, Lisa? No. In that case,
no, thank you.
We'll go around the table here. Diane, you're next.
So when I first joined the board, I was struck by how vulnerable the levee system is. It was staggering. And Campbell, you referred to the vulnerability of the whole California economy and communities. And in this context, there's 150,000 acres of seriously subsided land and a target of 50,000 to be re-wetted by 2045. So that's 20 years from now. Is there a plan to identify areas within this 50,000 that would be most effective for mitigating levee failure? You see what I'm saying? I mean, there's land that can be bought and this and that, but then there's this huge risk. And is mitigating levee failure one of the multi-benefits that you're thinking of, and how is that benefit funded?
I'll start, yeah. So I think in the Delta, for the most part, we're pretty opportunistic. That polygon is pretty highly organic, and if we have a willing owner, a willing participant, and who's developing a project, we're pretty happy to fund anything in that polygon. Now, when you start to look at there are ways that you could incorporate subsidence reversal around the tow berm, immediately adjacent to the levee, and build that levee up and then reduce the head pressure on the levee, which would be fantastic. But that would, in most cases, require the consensus of all the landowners to be willing and able to do that. So there's a lot of challenges with being really strategic. But I think, and I guess the other thing I would say too is that I think from Steve's perspective, probably the higher priority is really identifying those real vulnerabilities in the levees themselves and trying to address those is probably the higher investment priority to maintain the levees in the Delta. Anything you want to add?
So the Delta is organized by 70 or 75 districts covering each of the islands, and they've got their levees that they have to maintain. And they develop 5-year plans that prioritize the actions necessary, that they believe is necessary to maintain the integrity of the levees. And the Delta Stewardship Council has a Delta Levees Investment Strategy, DLIS, that we work with them in updating every year and use that to guide investments that we would support with our subventions funding, our subventions program funding, or our special projects program funding to try to hit the high priority ones first. And I think the other question about, or part of your question was about maybe identifying those islands that we might let become wet. And that I know there was an analysis done of the Delta many years ago, looking at islands that could fail and be somehow protective of the other resources within the Delta and the infrastructure that goes through the Delta. We don't look at that. We haven't been looking at that for some time for obvious reasons. It's very controversial and difficult to work with. And I would just say that the Delta Levee Subventions Program in my division, since it was started in 1987, I believe, the levee failure rate has decreased from about 1.5 per year to almost no failures over time, given the level of investment. But it's been over $1 billion through the last 20, 30 years. Although I don't think we're keeping up with sea level rise and the increased flows coming down from the Sierra, and we need to invest quite a bit more in the Delta. I think the last 5-year plan that was developed by all of RDs identified something like $2 billion worth of work that was necessary to bring levees up to standard and maintenance conditions.
Okay, thanks. And I don't know if Nick or Tawny, did you have anything to add from the ag side? We'll keep going around, and Steve and then Kenny.
Yeah, thank you all for those great presentations. There was so many different kinds of nature-based solutions that were kind of mentioned, but it seems like the state has a major focus on this land subsidence and carbon sequestration problem and solution. And I'm kind of wondering, is that reflecting the scale of that problem and the opportunity there, that's like a well-understood thing? And are these other kinds of solutions, are they getting less attention because those are lesser problems like water quality improvements from bioswales or upland area management to control water quality or water retention? And should we be kind of scaling our focus similarly on the subsidence and carbon sequestration, or should we be keeping a more broad view? I guess your 15 questions, we're probably really keen on seeing those.
Well, I'll just quickly say that I think given the magnitude of the challenge, both from the carbon emissions and from the subsided 150,000 acres of subsided lands, I think a lot of resources are going into those priority areas and also high return areas with those wetlands that can sequester, I think, like 10 tons per acre per year, and also accrete soils that hopefully can keep up with sea level rise. So I think that's those factors have drawn a lot a lot of the attention and resources. And I believe there are still quite a lot going on upstream with the swales and, reduction of inputs to water quality or water pollutants into the systems downstream, but maybe others would have something to say about that. Or you, Campbell.
Should we go to Tony first and then back along the line?
I think to answer your question directly, from the CNRA perspective, when you're looking at the nature-based solutions targets that are out right now, they are carbon focused. They're focused specifically on climate resilience and greenhouse gas reduction. And that's driven by the obligations the state has under AB 32, which Secretary Crowfoot mentioned, and SB 1757, where they've committed the state to reaching these targets by deadlines. And so it's driving a lot of action and investment. I didn't mention this. I mean, there are obviously nature-based solutions too, for example, pest management in agriculture, but from the perspective of the state's definition of nature-based solutions and where the focus is right now, it is definitely on climate and carbon.
Nick and then Campbell.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sure, I think it's reflective of the silos that Wade mentioned. I think from the state board perspective, we are very concerned about water quality and the beneficial use impacts to drinking water and fish habitat and aquatic life. That's where you see a lot of our focus and our permitting authorities looking for restorative actions and mitigation actions that are protective of keeping pollutants out of the water or restoring fish habitat over carbon sequestration or subsidence that's outside of the Bay Delta plan itself. Most of our work statewide is going to be focused on the water quality issues themselves, and I think this is reflective of what our mission is.
I would just add that we actually fund a lot of smaller projects. I think the focus in the Delta for a long time has been understood to be, we need to go big, we need to do landscape scale projects, but there's a tremendous amount of opportunity in smaller projects that are sometimes more cost effective, not more cost effective, but less costly and easier to implement. So some look at what those smaller projects, how they could provide benefit relative to the bigger projects, I think would be very helpful.
Okay, thanks. Kenny.
Yeah, so I think this was brought up by several people on the panel. The portfolio of projects is wide-ranging, right? And one of the questions I would have is, these aren't, almost all of these are not really research projects. I would call them more construction projects. And the monitoring that may go with that's typically implementation monitoring. Did you build it the way you said you would? Did you change what you said you would, rather than performance or effectiveness monitoring? But from an uncertainty point of view, to balance certainties with uncertainties, it's really driven by the effectiveness monitoring. And so one of the things, and I don't expect you to answer it here, but one of the things, we've done this in other places, or I've done this in other places, is this, do you have, it doesn't have to be every project, of course, but do you have effectiveness and performance monitoring at selected projects, at, that type of thing? Because that gives us the certainties that we once did a review, and if you named an uncertainty, you had to name a certainty with it. And, scientists, that was a little challenging, but we managed to. But that's how that fuels the certainty part, as well as the uncertainty. But so I was just curious, do you have test sites, test projects, where you do the more expensive, and it is, effectiveness or performance monitoring?
How much do you want to know about the state budget rules? All of our quantification methodologies are based on research, and we do have a research and demonstration part to Healthy Soils that does collect that data. We give farmers the option now. They've always had the option of collecting soil samples as part of their projects, but we used to mandate it. And when you mandate something and the state has the data, then people ask for the data, totally fine. But the data wasn't of great quality because the collection methods, exactly where it was taken, how it was collected, what lab got it. I mean, all of that is really inconsistent. And so it caused me a lot of anxiety about looking at the performance of the program based on that data. So to make a long answer to your question, I would like to, and I think our demo projects offer a small snippet of that. And my Healthy Soils staff has worked with UCNR to develop better protocols for collecting soil data, so we are getting data that's higher quality and can be used for that kind of effectiveness monitoring. But a lot of times the way the funding, it depends on how specific the funding is written and whether you're allowed to use that money for that purpose. So that's a long-winded answer.
And I would add two things. One, we do some effectiveness monitoring on a project basis where, or an inter-project basis where, for example, I mentioned earlier the Dutch Slough project, there was pre-planting and irrigation for 2 years and did a lot of monitoring on the vegetation and the water quality and the species that came back, and compared that to similar restoration projects nearby that didn't have the pre-planting and irrigation for 2 years. And there are significant differences in how those two projects have developed and who showed up and when they showed up in the project areas. Then the other thing that I would add is that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program requires effectiveness monitoring. And so for each of the projects that we are now designing and implementing, we have to develop a project science plan with hypotheses and sub-hypotheses and all sorts of monitoring and evaluation protocols that go to not just was it constructed to in alignment with the criteria, but also how effective was it in attracting the species that we're hoping are to be there. And we're using eDNA and all those sorts of things. And those project level science plans are meant to be connected to system level plans that, like for the Delta or for the Sacramento River or Feather River. And all of that will then support the assessment of the effectiveness of the habitat and flow actions that the HRL program will be implementing and then presenting to the board for, hopefully green lights.
I like that answer. Your answer was good too. It's a difficult challenge, I know. It's an unfunded mandate also.
Yes, that's right. And I'm hoping that what's in the May revise gets through, but I do think it's a struggle. I think I maybe did a poor job, but that is a huge data gap from my perspective, is the effectiveness of our activities on verifying ecological function. The funds are so limited, at least from the water board's perspective and from the project proponents that we fund through our grants and our own limitations, because we use a lot of federal funds and then state match. They don't allow for spending on effectiveness monitoring. Everything's focused on implementing the project and then reporting, did you do what you said you did? And then that's it. And so when we were in this Green Tape Initiative Summit, it was an internal summit with CFW and talking with project proponents across conservancies and otherwise, a big topic was this idea of risk as a barrier to getting more projects on the ground. And I kept on asking, well, do we have success stories? And I got a lot of blank looks because they don't have the funding to then go back and say, was there actually an ecological improvement that was intended from the project? And I said, well, if we can't tell things are successful, why are we afraid of failure? And so that was just a key gap that was brought up, and there was well, we don't have funding to do this, and there was just sort of a challenge that was just left and elevated.
Wow, I like that. If we don't have those metrics, why are we afraid of failure if we're not? That's magic. For us, we require adaptive management and monitoring plans for all our grantees, but our grants run 3 years, and that's the end of our purview. So we sort of depend on the science program and their efforts to look more holistically. I had one more point I wanted to make, and I forgot it.
So actually, perhaps I'll ask the chair and Edmund, while we have these speakers, do we have the flexibility to go another 10 minutes or so?
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, if that's okay with the panelists. This is a great conversation. So we'll go to Tanya next, and then to Catherine, who's online, and then to Inge.
Okay.
Thank you all. This was really enlightening and I think an important input to our discussions as a board. And my question, I guess, is tied to the last one about effectiveness. One of the things that I heard, and you can all correct me if I'm wrong, but a somewhat common theme that I heard was the need for a better understanding of how to measure and account for co-benefits on these types of nature-based solution projects. And certainly if we're not very good at measuring effectiveness, and then, effectiveness according to what? But I guess my question for you all is, how do you think about some of the most important co-benefits that we should, maybe should be paying attention to, or where there are the most challenges in maybe some of the measurement and accounting kind of long-term or even short-term? And this kind of goes back to, I think, Campbell, you mentioned, maybe we need to think about some of these smaller projects as being more impactful than even some of the larger projects, but how do you determine what's impactful, maybe the co-benefits that a particular project brings even at a small scale could be something that you use to then justify the project. So there's clearly some benefits on the kind of front end in terms of prioritization of what you fund and what you put money into, but also then in the kind of long-term learning that we can do to eventually assess whether or not these things work and where. But from what kind of angle? I mean, co-benefits could be lots of things, right? So I'm just curious to hear a little bit more about how you all are thinking about this challenge.
I'll start. I think in the deeply subsided area, the co-benefits really are just the benefits. I'll just describe them, stopping the subsidence, stopping the carbon emission, but increase in biodiversity, how do you quantify that? We're actually looking at these wetlands as potentially surrogates. They used to all be tidally connected, and so they were providing the base of the food chain. If we're doing this at scale throughout the Delta and we're returning water from these islands, can we measure what that food, to what degree that's restoring the base of the food chain in these channels that we know are sort of food deserts for the species moving through? I think there's, if we can quantify it's hard, the risk reduction of not continuing to subside and or even restoring elevations by small amounts through time, that could be really critical. And then I think there's just the benefits again of, a lot of these, one of the benefits we're trying to incorporate into these is public access to these areas as well. So being able to quantify the benefits that provides to the local communities. Prop 4 has a huge focus on disadvantaged communities and being able to distribute the money in ways that benefits them. So making those connections would be important. And then going back to your question, I remembered my other point. There is a California wetland monitoring plan statewide that you might want to take a look at. It's a great plan, but it really lacks the funding behind it to do all the work. Sorry for the diversion.
I would be looking at the regulatory environment to decide what the most important co-benefits are. So, for example, water quality, pesticides, and groundwater recharge. I mean, to me, if I can both sequester carbon and address one of those things, then that's a real win. So that's where I'd be focusing my effort.
I would just say we're trying to measure or monitor those potential co-benefits on a project scale and finding some interesting outcomes of our projects that I'd be happy to get into at some point. But there was a picture on the opening picture on my presentation was, if you couldn't tell, and I meant to mention this, it was basically a whole patch of tule that had just been burned. It was the first cultural burn, we believe, in the Delta since first contact, and there was just a tremendous response from that Delta from not just the rate of growth and the anticipated and I think measured sequestration of carbon, but also the number and variety of waterfowl and mammals that came back, within a day of this big inferno. And so it was a really exciting project, and hoping to do more of that and looking for those co-benefits to observe and track.
Thank you. Oh, Nick,
Can I add just quickly, back to kind of the streamlined permitting topic. We have streamlined permitting tools, especially for projects that can demonstrate an ecological gain, and that provides CEQA exemptions and other permitting pathways that are much more affordable and quicker. But again, you have to show that there's the ecological gain, which can be difficult. But I think that there is opportunity where you can leverage things like where you're giving something. So say like Caltrans is updating the infrastructure on their roads, but if at the same time within their corridor they are enhancing fish passage on waterways that travel underneath them, or wildlife passage, that can be, if you can show that that's an actual increased benefit to the permanent impacts from the roads themselves, that could be an opportunity to look at how multi-benefits that show a net gain can be utilizing some of the streamlined permitting that's available.
Okay, thanks. So Catherine, we'll turn to you online.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for your great presentations, and I wanted to say how excited I am to see so much land being converted for these subsidence reversal projects. It's really a big difference in a very small number of years, actually. I was wondering if you have plans to use remote sensing for some of the monitoring. I know it's very useful for measuring subsidence and for looking at the status of vegetation and wetlands. And it's also very cost effective in looking across the whole landscape versus, point measurements from in situ instruments.
Quick answer from me related to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which is updated every 5 years, and there will be a new plan coming out in 2027. And as part of the work that we're doing for that plan is to update the vegetation mapping across the Central Valley. Maybe not the whole Central Valley, but the relevant parts for the plan, and we'll be using remote sensing to map the changes over time of those vegetation communities and condition. So we do when we can. Yeah.
Great. Nick, I don't know if you want to add to that, the no net loss, I think you'd mentioned.
I think it's a need for increased funding to support it. We have used remote sensing technology and LiDAR for, when it's available, and sometimes other departments like CAL FIRE has, I think, recently covered the state in LiDAR, which is a great snapshot on time. And same with satellite remote sensing for harmful algal blooms, for example, and to measure habitat change, but it's that consistency and having that data on a frequency and duration that's meaningful, and that costs money. And so that's sort of the challenge that I see. And if we can leverage academia, our other scientific partners to provide and share their data in an open format, we're all for it. It's difficult for us to find the funding to support that.
Thanks. So, Inge.
So many of the satellites now, especially those from the European Space Agency and new satellites from NASA, all that data is free. So, it's a great resource, and to some extent, to a large extent, the European Space Agency is committed to continue that for decades.
And if you weren't familiar, Dr. Jones is with NASA JPL, and that's her expertise. So if you want to follow up with her outside, please do. So Inge.
Thank you. I would like to go back to the co-benefits or multiple benefits, because I see huge potential there. With, like you mentioned, the walking wetlands and wetlands in general, and what do I have here? Healthy soils, especially for maybe potentially reducing pesticide use or pesticide runoff into waters, etc. And it could actually cross the silos. So do you see any potential for more collaboration using these co-benefits for different missions, you know, on using your resources more wisely?
You know, we use the quantified benefits to be transparent to the public about how public funding is being used, and it's being used to meet a specific purpose. So I think if we did have co-benefits that allowed us to have synergies between programs in a transparent way, yeah, there is a lot more potential to collaborate across agencies and break down some of those silos. Like, for example, the water boards you know, is deeply involved in agriculture and regulation around water quality in agriculture. And yeah, there are things that we could really work on together that sequester carbon in soils, but also have benefits related to some of the regulations that farmers are under to improve and maintain water quality.
Are there huge obstacles to more collaboration, or what?
Money, time, mandate.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as mentioned by Tony, we are collaborating with CDFA within our irrigated lands programs, and it has gotten better. With cutting retape, we work collaboratively with Fish and Wildlife to leverage our different tool sets across the different project types. We try to have coordinated interagency meetings with the project proponents to determine what they're doing and which pathway is perhaps the best one. Is it our restoration general order? Is it the statewide exemption for restoration work, or SERP for the CDFW, and then collaborating and working through the CEQA processes together. Similarly with DWR, you know, when we're balancing water supply with water quality, we're trying to work together more and more, and I'm seeing a lot more interagency groups internally to try to leverage each other more effectively, and the data that we're collecting, because we all are resource constrained, and we're also all collecting data in different ways. And so the more we can work through legislative actions like AB 1755, the Open Data and Transparency Water Act, where we can actually leverage each other's water data more effectively, is great. And I mentioned Caltrans, we're trying to work with them. We regulate them like we regulate the CNRA, and trying to just work together to make sure that we're being as effective as possible. So.
Thanks.
I was just going to reiterate the incorporation of rice cultivation in the Healthy Soils program as just an opportunity where programs are coming together to provide multiple benefits. And then also, Secretary mentioned language and control language for Proposition 4, which will allow us to more effectively move money between programs. So I think that ultimately the intention there is if we both want to fund a project, rather than having 2 grant agreements to a particular project, we can move money between ourselves and just have one. So I think just more recognition that fewer silos and more coordination can be really helpful.
Thanks. Any other comments from the panelists? If not, Edmund, were there any public questions?
I don't see any right now, but I'm just going to do some quick reminders for those online. If you have a question, you can use your raise hand function. For those in person, you can line up at the microphone. All right, I don't see any questions or comments from the public.
Okay, thank you. And I just wondered if there were any final comments. Oh, Dylan?
Yeah, thanks. So I just wanted to briefly add at the end here, because I actually work with a number of Steve's staffs on various efforts. And so there are a few things that I thought the board might be interested in. One is the internal land stewardship program that has been spearheaded by staff at DWR, which has really worked to sort of fill the gap of different taxa that weren't being monitored by other required programs. And so across the range of sites in the Delta that are managed by the Land Stewardship Program, they actually do contract with UC Davis, USGS, and others to do standardized monitoring for birds, for invertebrates, for a variety of different aspects of sites that then allow them to be able to build on the standardized data to understand how sites are functioning. And just as one example that I've been involved with at Dutch Slough, that data that was collected there was actually used directly then to inform the development of the phase 2 planning for Dutch Slough. So Steve, I hope I'm not treading too much into your territory, but I thought the board might be interested in this. So I wanted to highlight that as, I think, a way that often the staff who are working on these projects actually really do identify these gaps and work to move them forward. And then I think, yeah, just giving credit also to the pilot projects that are done. So Steve mentioned the example of the culturally informed burn, and there's activities like that, I think, happening across, they're often small, but happening across projects that help identify future steps. At a larger scale, and this comes back to Kenny's question about effectiveness monitoring as well, across all of the fish restoration program sites, so that's over 8,000 acres of tidal wetland restoration, there's a thoroughly vetted, very standardized effectiveness monitoring program that's led by CDFW in collaboration with DWR there. And that's been, really built on a lot of the early conceptual model work that was started during the CalFed years and has really just sort of been this long, continuous building body of science that's helped develop this. And then those relationships between projects end up also really paying dividends, because now, I just saw a great presentation about this on Tuesday actually, the science plan for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program is working directly with the science and approaches and monitoring and all of this, actually adaptive monitoring, which is a topic that the board has obviously had a great interest in. That's very much the name of the game, because it's limited funding for this monitoring, but a real need to cover this 8,000 acres adequately. So those methods are constantly being refined. And it's just been really encouraging, I think, to see that all of that work that's gone into that hasn't just stopped at these fish restoration program sites, but it's now working directly with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes, the team working on that to determine how they're monitoring that. So those are just two specific examples that came up that, again, I think jive with stuff the board's interested in. So thanks for indulging me on that.
No, thanks, Dylan. And are there any final comments that we missed in your presentation for the panelists? Any final remarks? And before I just turn it to Dr. Michalak, I know that you couldn't be here today, but you've done some of the early deep thinking on this. Did you have any final remarks at this stage or after the break?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. And I apologize I couldn't be there. As some of you know, I had some pretty severe travel disruptions, so I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person. I think most of it has been covered. I really enjoyed the presentations. I look forward to continuing this set of briefings as we move forward, and I appreciate all the input.
Great, thank you. So with that, we'd just like to thank the panelists. I know you did a lot of preparation before this. The presentations were very clear and great. And we would just encourage you that as we go through these panels, please have you or your staff just track what we're doing, because if we do embark on this review, we do want it to be useful and not duplicative of what you already have going on within your agencies. So please stay engaged and watch, and I'm sure the science program staff will keep you informed. But it's been a tremendous start, so thank you for coming personally and not delegating it down. It's to get the leadership perspective this afternoon has been terrific. So thank you, and I think unusually we should give them a round of applause.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And we'll go into a brief break right now, so maybe we can catch one or the other with other questions. I would say let's keep it at 15 minutes this time. Is that okay? Yeah, so we reconvene at 3:30. You can go. Welcome back.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand over to Peter to finish this discussion and to reflect on the panel discussion.
Great. Okay, well, thank you, and I think that was just a terrific panel, and exactly what we wanted to get out, hearing the state perspective on where they are on nature-based solutions. And I'd certainly like to acknowledge Edmund. To pull together that level of speakers at relatively short notice was quite an achievement. So thank you for your efforts with that. What we thought we would do here is just based on what we've heard, and it's fresh in everyone's mind, we might just go around the table and with the folks online, what were the big take-home messages? What should we take into our planning beyond this for perhaps the next 2 panels without getting into names or details? But what did we learn from this that might help us begin to put together a charge and put a little focus on what we might do? So I'm not sure where we would like to start, and perhaps I might just ask Anna. You've done a lot of thinking before this meeting, and is there anything that particularly hit you from those presentations this afternoon?
I mean, I think as you know from previous conversations, I mean, there's just such a tremendous amount of work happening in this area and efforts that are currently underway. And so I think what for me the takeaway is just the depth and the scope and the sophistication of the work that already is ongoing here. And so to me that this brings into even sharper focus the goal we had originally, Peter, which is to make sure that what we do genuinely feels like additive and beneficial from the perspective of decision makers working in this space. I don't know what this means specifically in terms of the charge, but I do think for me, even more so than before, we need to think really carefully about how do we get our heads around everything that is already ongoing or being planned, so that we're starting from a point. I'm sorry, I hear a alarm. Is that coming through or no? I can go turn it off.
No,
No? Perfect. Okay, great. That what we do is really, based on a solid baseline understanding of what is already happening, and that may involve, I don't know exactly how this would be done. Maybe Edmund would have some advice, but involving the panelists quite closely as we develop ideas for the scoping of the work, rather than just relying on the presentations they give during the panels themselves. But that's my main takeaway is just the tremendous depth and sophistication of the work that's already happening, and how do we navigate that space so that we make sure that we're actually helpful in the end.
Thanks, Anna. And I think Steve Rothard's offer to give us a list of questions that his group are grappling with is going to be very helpful. There'll be some specifics there. So we just go around the table. You don't have to comment at all, but Kenny.
So I heard a couple of things that I wasn't expecting, which I think may help narrow down our, if we decide to proceed, the prospectus or the charge to us. And one was what they call nature-based solutions is much broader than what I would call it. And so that was, and it's their definition. But they were listing things, some of those projects I'm familiar with, I wouldn't have put them in that category. But once they said it, I could see why they did. So they've casted a much wider net. And of course, we had 4 people from very different areas. So I think that was one thing that struck me where, and the second one was that I don't think we can help that much on the carbon bookkeeping and I hate to say we can't help too much, but I don't know if that's the best place to put our effort. They've looked a lot at, the impression I got was they've looked into that a lot. They kind of have a way of doing it. It seems to be, from what we heard, acceptable. So I think an area we can help them in is the co-benefits. Because it either one person said it 3 times or 3 people said it once, I forget, but it was, and that was from the paper I sent around. That is a struggle beyond the Delta, and there's people working on it. And so this idea that you go in for carbon, but if that's all you account for, you're really underestimating the benefits and sometimes the trade-offs at the same time. So maybe that's an area, without getting too specific about whether it's farmland, Frank's Track, all these other different places, it's maybe a little higher level about factoring in the co-benefits to, assessing, I don't want to say effectiveness because you saw their reaction to effectiveness monitoring, but, maybe something like that is something we could dive into and bring in international experience and other places and stuff. So I think it's very broad. The carbon, it's not my area also, but it seems like they have agreed how to do it. Co-benefits seem to be an issue. So something like that maybe we could do, and then we could break it down. Maybe you do co-benefits differently for different, farm, ag versus fish habitat versus subsidence. Maybe it's a different way to do. I don't know. But anyway, that was my impression.
Also, perhaps it's not just identifying what co-benefits are, but then how do you actually include it in our cost-benefit analysis?
There you go.
Yeah, Inge, and then Steve.
Yeah, Kenny pretty much said it all. But I thought I heard Campbell say we need a definition of nature-based, of the term nature-based solution. I thought I heard him sort of say that, so that's all.
Okay, Diane and then Tanya.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
Yeah, I thought I'd already been recognized, so I put my thing back down so I didn't forget it. I think for me, the critical next or very early step is get those 15 questions, and I think we heard another half dozen or dozen questions stated or at least alluded to, and to try to maybe organize those and assess them as to what are things that we can potentially answer for them. I think some of them are probably beyond our expertise or the time we have to put in, or they may require actual studies to be done in the field, et cetera. So there's probably a subset of those that we could address, and I don't know what they are yet, but it seems like getting a handle on that would be really important to do soon.
Who's next, Diane?
So I agree with Kenny, what you said. We got the sense that, I should back up. I was wondering, well, nature-based solutions to what problem? And now I got an answer. It's carbon. That's clear, and that was clear from the secretary. And is it carbon dioxide, or are they also worried about methane? That didn't come through, and maybe we could help them by sorting out to what extent does nature-based solutions, which ones, is there some methane issue to consider, but that's separate. But it also seemed to me that one reason they were so keen on understanding co-benefits is the co-benefits represent pots of money that they can tap into to implement what they want to do in the carbon framework, that there's not enough, even with this Prop 4, Prop whatever, well, and they only got a small pittance of that money, which I don't understand, but, anyway, that there's this potential to facilitate the ability to get benefit, implement based on really quantifying these co-benefits. And then Tawny mentioned that it's these co-benefits that are appealing in the social community context, that people are more likely to be excited about some co-benefit, the fish will come back or this will happen, than they are about, well, you'll be glad to know we're sequestering X tons of carbon. That's just too abstract. So there seems to be a real interest, even though the focus is carbon, on the co-benefits, but how do you zero in on which co-benefit? But our board could potentially help either with some of the co-benefits or identify which ones are the most important. And if we focus on co-benefits, we should consider the social context for those co-benefits.
So, Tanya.
Yeah, I was leaning in the co-benefit direction earlier based on my question to the panel, but I mean, I agree with Steve. Like, we also want to make sure we're doing our due diligence here and looking at, you know, the list of questions that they have and making sure that we're not jumping into anything too quickly and just assessing what our options are. I think some of the questions that I heard, in addition to the co-benefits, some of them felt a little narrow for what, or perhaps they're very, you know, project specific. And so there's always this tension with the board of like, how narrow do we go and how broad do we go? And you know, where do we tap into our collective expertise as well in terms of, you know, what we can bring to the conversation. So just, I think we might want to think about some criteria for how we eventually settle on a review focus or a review topic. I mean, right now, if you were to ask me today, I'd say, yeah, let's jump into the co-benefits thing and I'd be all in. But, you know, related to that, I think one of the advantages of thinking about the co-benefits is that you can draw from a lot of this expertise that's come out probably internationally and in the literature, and we are good at synthesizing from outside the Delta system and then thinking about how that can apply within the Delta. So perhaps it is this space where we can bring our scientific synthesis tools to bear in a productive way. But yeah.
And I think that makes sense because we do have a limited bandwidth. We don't want something that's going to take several years to put together. It seems things are changing very quickly. So I think that's very well taken, Tanya. So Lisa, you have got next, and then Catherine. Looks like you could be our last word, but Lisa first.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Maybe because I work a lot in co-benefits, I was more attracted to the narrower questions. But I also agree with Tanya that, you know, probably the science program would be better aligned with very specific project-based questions. But I homed in on that question about adaptive management because that is one of our big thrusts, you know, helping them do adaptive management. And I do think it is really interesting, the idea of just how difficult it is to do adaptive management on very large projects. And that's something I have some experience with. I've seen them do it at some of the large island restoration programs that we have here, but it really requires a major investment in science that they're not doing. So, you know, I heard a hunger for more impetus to do performance-based assessment. And so I think we could potentially lay out something, well, not me, you know, you all who are working on this could think about laying out, you know, practices that can be used, maybe ways, you know, Catherine's already brought up some sort of cost-effective ways to do some monitoring, you know, to really think about that problem because it is very non-trivial to change a major restoration project. And I'll just comment, that's my 2 cents, but I'll just comment briefly on the co-benefits. You know, those are very location specific. You know, they're, I think the woman from the ag department mentioned that she looks to regulation to try to figure out which co-benefits are appropriate. So I think thinking about the co-benefits more in terms of incentives for funding or for landowner behavior or might be a more interesting way than to try to be, say, comprehensive about the co-benefits because it's very hard to do that well. And yeah, so those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, and thanks for volunteering. Yeah, so Catherine.
Yeah, so I took a lot of notes, and Secretary Crowfoot did say that he really wanted to know about the efficiency of all of their planned solutions, and he thought that we could help him with quantifying the amount of sequestered carbon in the different projects. And for example, I don't think we're going to be able to come up with a way to do better monitoring of their subsurface sequestration, which is the engineering solutions. And I think they probably, the people implementing those have very good ways of doing it. But carbon sequestration within plant matter, actually, a lot of it is below ground biomass, and knowing how to do that relationship between above ground biomass and below ground biomass is really important. And understanding how, climate change is going to affect that is also another thing that was brought up. So the other thing that I noticed that people asked for was a need to quantify co-benefits and methodologies for quantifying that. I think that one thing that struck me was that they really lack the knowledge about some of the newer methods for quantifying the benefits, including co-benefits, and that's some area where we could really help them.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. That's very insightful to go back, I think, to Secretary Crowfoot's introduction. Let's see, no other questions here. Dylan, did you have any other thoughts, or Edmund or Alyssa? Or do you have any thoughts that struck you from those presentations? I don't know, Dylan want to go first, and then perhaps we'll go Edmund and Alyssa, yeah.
Yeah, I think just briefly identifying that there's a lot of overlap between what we're talking about today and this. Normally I'm too loud, so there's a lot of overlap between what we're talking about today and the subsidence review, and we're sort of in the home stretch of getting those comments done, and so I think we'll look forward to sharing that with the board. And I think because of some of our newer board members, I don't know if everyone has read through that yet, and so I actually think that because carbon is the focus and because that's such a big aspect of what we're thinking about, I think we'll make sure that we have an updated version to the board soon and get that shared, the final version shared. And I think that will just provide some good footing also to get us all on the same page for moving forward. So that was my main thought, and yeah,
Thanks,
really
Tom.
enjoyed the panel.
Perhaps we can go to Edmund last, but Anika, do you want to go first, or Alyssa? Anything, you don't have to say anything, but if something jumped out at you from those discussions?
No, I don't really have much more to add to what you all discussed. But I think, yeah, leaning in, I think I mentioned it too in a briefing we had at the last in-person ISB meeting that, yeah, for it to be an additive product in relation to the subsidence review, it does seem that co-benefits are probably like the route to consider in navigating that this review. But yeah, I agree that probably doing due diligence and reviewing the questions that Steve mentioned is a good path going forward. And it's, yeah, great to see all these people invested in the work, potential like review going forward, and exciting to think of the overlap and like contributions that they could give to it going forward.
Thank you. Anika, anything you were struck by? Edmund, do you want the final word, and then we'll pass it back to the chair?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Dylan about the need to build off the subsidence review. And I think today Campbell provided some great comments about how to frame a review about science gaps that I think will be very useful for subsidence review. But I definitely agree we need to have that synergy and either build off the subsidence review, and then I'm looking at Diane, probably not want to add to the subsidence review.
Well, the subsidence review didn't really address co-benefits at all.
Yeah.
And because, we needed to keep it focused, we would be reading and saying, well, you could talk about all these other benefits, but we didn't go there because we needed to keep it focused. So there is that scope, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that struck me during like Steve Rother's presentation, like a lot of the projects that he touched on, like Dutch Slough, these were actually restoration projects that the ISB considered back in its 2013 restoration review. At the time, the project wasn't implemented. So I think going back to like Lisa's comment about thinking about adaptive management in these large projects, this might be an opportunity. In addition, back in 2022, when the science program did an assessment on the impact and the value of the ISB, the former board members at the time highlighted the need to look back at some of their comments from 2013. So that just kind of struck me when we saw the projects that were highlighted during that presentation were actually reviewed by the ISB. And I was also like Kenny too, like it just changed my thinking, like for DWR, multi-benefit projects equal nature-based solutions. I think that was like a different framing that for me. And
It seemed to me that there was anything that was alive, you know, plants and bacteria and all that, made it nature-based, and that was in contrast to engineered.
Mhm. And I eagerly await for the 15 questions from Steve Proctor. And then I've also, based off Steve Lindley's question, I think staff will also compile the questions we got from the panel and then send them off to the board for his review.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Peter. Did you want to give an overview of next steps, or was that it?
So if Edmund, if you want to do that, but I think we absorb what we've heard, we get Steve's questions, a summary of questions, and then perhaps get something else out for the board to take a look at before our next meeting. And the other thing is we'll move ahead giving a little more thought to the next two panels. I think we'd committed to doing 3 scoping panels, and this was the first focused on state agencies. And then from our last meeting, there would be one focused on Delta issues, not with the state agency folks, but with other interests. And then a third panel with national and possibly even some international expertise to see what we're missing and what could be brought to California.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Real quick, so related to that, I'm rethinking the people I recommended for the second panel because they were mostly living shoreline, and we're not really hearing a lot about that. So this was very helpful, and I would redirect it towards some people doing carbon and some people doing co-benefits, and maybe that kind of panel, something like that.
All right, great. Well, it sounds very interesting. Thank you all for your work. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Are there any public comments for matters that are not on the agenda?
There are none.
Okay. Great. So I hand over to you, Edmund, for the preparation for upcoming Delta ISB meetings.
Yeah, and also for items for follow-up. I actually don't have too many items for follow-up because Peter summarized our next steps for nature-based solutions so well. I'm not going to repeat it. The only other thing that we've captured for our record is that Steve Lindley also made a declaration today about his scientific basis review with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. But that's all I have for the follow-up items. In terms of preparation, actually one more follow-up item. Bay Delta Science Conference presentation abstracts. I know there was a lot of interest today for Bay Delta Science abstract proposals. Those are due on May 29th, so just a friendly reminder there. In terms of preparation for upcoming meetings, originally we had a meeting scheduled for June 18th. It was going to be a virtual meeting. We don't have any major items lined up for this meeting, and we also have heard some scheduling conflicts with some of our board members, so we are proposing to cancel this meeting. This will also provide more opportunities for ISB members to focus on work time on the different ISB reviews. July 16th, we will meet again. It will be a virtual meeting, and we'll have a council chair and EO report. Then August 11th will be a virtual meeting, and then we'll have an election of the new ISB chair-elect. So if you are interested in the chairship, please talk to one of our current chairs. One of the things that we are going to schedule over the coming months is a presentation on the National Academy of Sciences review of the Central Valley Project operations. So back during our planning retreat in December, there was interest in doing a review on collaborative science. This panel had recommendations related to collaborative science. So the idea was to bring in speakers, I'm looking at Peter as one of them, to come and talk about what the community is reacting to the recommendations there. So that's something that we're working with the National Academy of Sciences to schedule. And on top of that, the National Academy of Sciences is also in the process of forming another committee. They're putting out a call for experts, and suggestions are due tonight. So if you have any, please complete that form that was circulated. Beyond that, I believe that concludes my preparation for future meetings, unless there are any questions. Dylan?
Yeah, Edmund, thanks. Just briefly, I wanted to mention a few upcoming things that might be of interest to the board going on with our group in the Delta Stewardship Council. The first is on June 18th, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee Restoration Subcommittee is holding its first meeting of 2026, as well as hosting an associated restoration forum, which is focused on showcasing projects in the Delta that are in various levels of planning and implementation. And so it's a great opportunity to learn more about projects in the system. So if you do happen to be local that day, it will be held at the Bogle Winery in Clarksburg out there. So then I also just wanted to briefly highlight, we have our Interweaving Traditional Knowledge Roundtable series, which is we've been working on planning in collaboration with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians and the California Indian Environmental Alliance for over a year now. We've been in planning, so we have a series of 3 events, June 30th, July 14th, and July 28th. All of those will be, the first 2 will be in person and virtual, and the last one will be virtual only. But we can circulate the registration information about that. And then lastly, concurrent or in the afternoon of that first day for our Interweaving Traditional Knowledge Roundtable series, we will also be having the kickoff meeting for the Delta Climate Adaptation Team, which is a regional effort that is essentially the next phase of the Delta Adapts climate adaptation strategy and vulnerability assessment that the council has been working on for many years now. And this is a collaborative space bringing together folks from across the region. And so we do encourage you to attend. There'll be both virtual and in-person options for that as well. So just a few things I thought might be of interest to the board before we adjourn.
Great, thank you, Dylan. With that, I adjourn the meeting. You're free.